this will be funny either way. I have no idea what to
expect. Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's honestly just nice to get some human interaction with people that aren't my wife or coworkers.
Totally. So. And it's cool to get it like on the on the live stream, but it's not. I mean, I can't see you guys. I don't know. I get the chat room reaction, but I don't get like the live stream. But it's not. Oh, sorry there. All right, I'm just gonna tweet out that we're live.
Yeah, it's working for me, Mikey.
Yeah. All right, so now you see me, on YouTube.
Hold on,
yeah, that's weird. We see you on YouTube.
Yeah, but still can't. I think it's
on Zoom.
I think, like you said, Josh. I think it's connected to the fact that XSplit is using the cameras, and so.
Yeah.
What's up, Cody? Another Grand Rapidian. How are you, sir? So I'll chat up in the chat if anyone asks anything, guys. If you're not.
Well, here I think I'm gonna try.
Yeah, I got the chat on my.
So I've got it up on my laptop.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. All right, then you guys can see it. Sweet.
Yeah. We don't get surrounds.
Cody,
Dave. You still want to shout it out though? You can.
No need to now. Hey guys, Dave is here, and we're like, yeah.
What up, Dave?
Yeah, we're watching.
What's
up, Dave? How are you doing? So anyway, I'll kick it off. So I was trying to figure out. I have about like two bills to spend, and I wanted to get another. Like I'm slowly adding some decent baseball rookies, like PSA 10 baseball rookies to the collection, just for investment purposes. And I was debating about Acuna or a Tatis, or I got that Alonso. Josh, you saw that Alonso the other day.
Yeah.
What do you give me a recommendation, guys? What do you think? I was thinking like a flagship PSA 10. It is a green screen for Josh. He's broadcasting from
Yeah, I'm actually right in front of the green monster. No, it's not. So Cody, it's not an actual green screen. It's Zoom's virtual background. So you don't need a green screen, but you can take any image and essentially have it be your background.
Josh, can I have my room image, but it's clean as my background?
Yeah, I mean, there are people at work that screw around all the time and just like take a still picture of themselves, and then like they move to the side and then you still see the picture.
Oh my god!
Actually, it'd be really funny if like you're like in the background and then you have someone who's got like a knife or whatever, like standing outside the doors.
Yeah, or I have a background for at work with the T-Rex from Jurassic Park when he's chasing the Jeep, and he's like right here, and then my head's over here, so it looks like he's coming after me.
That's awesome.
Hey, Mikey, speaking of Tatis, I have I can see it's a pre-rookie Bowman's Best PSA 10 auto.
Oh, that's like hardcore, man.
So
I don't know if I want to go auto with him though. I think I kind of wanted. I'm sure I'm way late. I'm obviously way late to the party picking up these flagship cards. PSA 10. I'm sure I'm paying close to top market, but I'm willing to take a flyer on a couple of guys and just kind of put them in the back and see if that.
Go with this guy, Mikey.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking, Sean. That's what I was thinking. That's the at bat one, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
or Soto, honestly, would be the two guys that I would invest in right now. Like, This is going to be a hot take, but I think Tatis is good. He's not somebody I would invest in whatsoever.
Yeah? Why is that?
He's got an injury history, and historically, shortstops just don't do well hobby-wise. Like, if you look at Lindor or Baez or Correa, like, all of those guys, they're solid, right? It's not like you can pick up their stuff for dirt cheap. But I mean, they're not nearly the level of a lot of other guys, like typically outfielders or corner infielders, like those kind of guys usually suffer.
I agree with that in a way, but also Tatis is the only 5-tool shortstop we've seen since Tulowitzki. And again,
point counterpoint.
Tulo has a lot of injury history, so if Tatis can get past that, I think he's a good one to invest in, but not heavily.
Yeah. Well, I think go ahead, Sean. Sorry, bud.
The market won't help Tatis either. San Diego, I mean, nobody collects San Diego.
That's true.
And if anybody in the room happens to collect San Diego, then I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We're all entitled to our opinion. But Dave brings up a good point that Dave, Phil Hughes and Phil's Polls is, he's starting to gain a lot of followers. He's about halfway to Packer Cards 87. He's not quite at like
Phil,
where.
Sorry, what?
I was gonna say he's not quite like at where Gary Vee is, where one tweet will literally shift the market.
Right.
But I do think, to Dave's point, some people that were casual collectors or new, look at channels like Gary and Phil or whatever and say, oh, these guys like these guys and they're investing in these guys. They must know.
I think between those two, Phil and Gary Vee, that a lot of the market is, dictated by them.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're very impressionable, I would say.
To be honest, I think it's great for the hobby. I only wish that they would start hyping up cards that I owned. So it was great for my Topps Chrome LeBron. I mean, that jumped huge, but nothing else. Everything else has been like, I didn't have any Giannis or anything else, so kind of missed the boat there.
I agree with Dave. I think Glaber is a star, playing at star level, but there's just so many high-level Yankees that he's not getting the love.
Yeah, I think what helps Alonso a lot is he's in New York, and there's literally no other Met right now that has nearly the hype that he.
What are you talking about, Tim Tebow?
Okay, there's no other Met in the major leagues right now.
I still can't believe that they haven't called up Tebow ever, just for the attention. I mean, I know it's New York, I know it's a big market, but man,
they'll call him up. They'll call him up and fill the seats
for that. Don't you guys? I understand it from a publicity stunt perspective, but then it was the same thing when Michael Jordan played with the White Sox, right? Everyone was like, "Oh, this is just a publicity stunt," and all that stuff. And people were asking the same questions, they should just call him up to sell jerseys and all that. But if he can't play at the major league level, then
he has to get a chance, though.
Can half the Mets play at the major league level?
Tebow's a left-handed bat to throw in there, and
if you look at the Tigers, I mean, if the Tigers ever play, I mean, they're starting 3 outfielders this year. Couldn't be a 4th outfielder on any playoff contender. Let alone,
I'd agree with that.
So it's the Mets. That whatever.
I'm a big fan of Christian Stewart as a guy, so I collected him. But I would take the left-handed Tebow over Christian Stewart right now.
Absolutely.
You guys are crazy. Tebow's hitting 220 in the minors.
Yeah.
But how many bombs, man? How many bombs?
2 bombs. Yeah, no. That's like saying he was a shitty QB play. He was a shitty QB, but he had that one jump pass to win that playoff game. So
Right. Yeah.
What are you talking about? He threw an 80-yard bomb to win a playoff game.
Yeah, he threw a 30-yard bomb. A 30-yard bomb that the guy ran 60 yards.
Hey, it goes down as the same.
That's true. He did get all 80 passing yards. So if you just look at the stats, if you didn't watch the play.
I like Dave's suggestion down here. I think we should if we do this normally, we should call this hot takes instead of hobby talk. Okay. I love hot takes.
Trust me, I got plenty of those.
We know it's the cheating Red Sox, man.
Go ahead with your trivia question, bud. What you got?
Yeah, what do you got, Evan? Give us a trivia question. No phones. We're here. Smalls is asking. Well, you guys can see it. How would you guys see it?
Yeah.
This year's class who market caboosed. From this year's class, so I'll let the guys give their opinion too, but for straight up investing, now I mean, who could play better? That's a whole nother question. If you're looking at cards and card investing, there's absolutely no one other than the rookie QBs, and you've got a ton to choose from. I really like Kyler's situation. Just got extremely big. Of course, his market was big already. I know you guys might disagree, but I still like Dan Jones. I think Dwayne Haskins has potential. Drew Lock certainly has potential as well. Minshew's, to me, probably more hit or miss, but, you never know. But out of those, 6 guys, 1 or 2 of those guys are going to be a really a decent quarterback, and it would not surprise me if Kyler has a really big year next year. I mean, Hopkins catches everything.
Well, and like I told you, Mikey, when that happened, I mean, if you look at the ADOT for Hopkins, and he was number 1 in the league in passes under 5 yards. That wasn't a running back. And Kyler was number 1 quarterback in the league in throwing passes near to the line of scrimmage. So those two together put them as a dream scenario. And you get that. You still have Fitzgerald, albeit old, but still Fitzgerald is a possession receiver, and then you can let Christian Kirk, go loose in the slot. I definitely agree.
Draft one of the 30 amazing wide receivers in this class. I mean, it's a crazy wide receiver class.
Did you guys see what Hopkins said?
What did he say?
That he did it with Osweiler. He can do it with Kyler Murray.
That's so true though. I mean, really.
As much as it hates me to say it as a Michigan fan, I'm going big on Haskins just from a value perspective. I think he's if you look at the Redskins, from team break spots, they're the 4th most expensive team, and they have not only Haskins, but you got Scary Terry and a couple other guys on there that they can get some decent cards from. But I think with the change of scenario, Rivera is a good quarterback or good coach. I think Haskins reminds me a lot of what Cam could be. Maybe not quite as strong in the body standpoint, but I also think he can throw a little bit better than Cam could. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be. I don't know. What about you, Sean? Sean, you follow football close. Maybe non-quarterbacks. Who do you think might who do you think is lined up to perform well, and who do you like from maybe a small card investment standpoint? Non-QB. Non-QB, non-Notre Dame.
I mean, I was gonna go. I can't remember who got us on this topic right now.
Might have been Dave.
Dave, yeah.
Yeah.
It was Smalls.
Oh, Smalls. That's right. Yep.
I do like Boykin being the large receiver there in Baltimore. Just adds another weapon to Lamar. Outside of him, though, I'd probably go. Any of the running backs this year were phenomenal. You got Jacobs, Singletary, just to name a couple. So I think those guys could definitely help. And Singletary with Buffalo, you got Josh Allen. They were a pretty above average team last year. Give another full season under his belt.
Yeah,
I'd kind of go Singletary probably.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I think Bills are going to be tough this year. I think they're in line to win that division. I like Josh Allen a lot and his stuff. I mean, so part of this, I know we want to concentrate a little bit on the industry too, but I think his cards are ripe for picking right now. Like contenders, NT, RPAs, stuff that definitely has a chance to bump if they make the playoffs and go far. But yeah, I think Allen's I got a small collection of him. I don't know if you guys have anything of him too, but yeah, I like him a lot going into next year.
Valley of Cards, yes. The XFL did fold already.
Yeah, tweeted out today or yesterday?
Dude, no, let's not even go there, guys.
I believe it was yesterday.
Yeah, Brad. Now, Brad, who amongst the 4 squares here predicted that was going to happen? Could you?
Sorry, your thing's breaking up, Mikey. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's fair. With the coronavirus and stuff, I actually think they would have made it to a second season.
That's exactly what I told Mikey. And yeah, I mean, Mikey's point, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but Mikey made the comment. Vince McMahon's such a rich guy that he could have let it go through, and I don't disagree with that. But if you look at comparing it to the AAF, with their fan support and what they had going, if they could have gotten to that swell of that championship game with what they had set up, I mean, yeah, it was interesting. It was unique versus what every other league has done, because it wasn't just we're going to take the NFL and we're going to Photoshop it and put it into this next thing. They tried some different things, and
yeah,
I really think if they had made it to year 2, through year 2, and had a little bit of momentum, the NFL could have potentially taken them under their wing a little bit and used them as a, I don't want to say a development league, but as a attempted league where, hey, we can try these rules out versus just having to throw them in preseason games and hope that it works.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was a development league whatsoever. I think it was guys trying to rebound their career. A lot of them never really got started in the NFL, but there was also a lot of former NFL players.
Yep. So, Smalls wants to know, he had a good question here, card-related, guys. Now that every football product has been released, what were your top 2 favorite football products this year? So, Bradley, let's go with you. What do you think? And then we'll circle around here.
I mean, am I allowed to say anything other than NT after what you pulled me?
Well, I mean, no, but it's 2, so what else other than NT? Yeah.
And so I'm probably in a unique position versus the rest of you 3 in the fact that literally I got back into this hobby 6-7 months ago. So I haven't been around seeing the different things, but for me, I really enjoyed Select as well. Select from a card variation standpoint, from a price standpoint, there's a lot of cool cards in there, and it seems like a neat set.
Shawn, what about you?
I mean, the investor in me, I like Prizm. Just it's so much value. Again, going back to like the value bump in Kyler, before Hopkins, really, his base Prizms were $5 to $10, and now they're going for 40 raw.
Crazy.
And outside of that, you got the silvers, you've got the autos, you've got all the other color. I think Prizm, hands down, is going to be one of my favorite products every year.
Yeah, it's a top 5 for me for sure. Josh?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is the first year in quite some time that I actually ripped football wax. I would say NT by default, but my second one, I'd probably also have to go with Select. I just think Select's a lot of fun when you open it, right? I mean, I like the fact that there's three different levels of base cards. I think there's a lot of color in there. There seems to be the most random vet autos in there that are just kind of fun to pull here and there. So that would probably be my number 2 this year.
I'll take NT off the table, as you guys have already kind of done that. And most people know my top 5 anyway, but I'll talk about 2 that we haven't talked about. The investor long-term in me loves contenders. It is the epitome of, it's like the flagship in football, right? I just think it's a great card to have. They look good every year. Pretty cool. It's not exactly the most exciting rip, but it certainly is a good product. For exciting rips, I don't know. Spectra to me is a top 5. I love Spectra. I mean, you've got 16 cards all numbered, 10 hits, which is unheard of in just about anything unless you go into the high-end stuff. Cards look good. You get the thrill of the reverse box and the 1/1s in there. It's just always, year in and year out for the last couple of years, that's been one of my favorite products to rip. And I remember the first year coming back and collecting, ripping 1 box, and that was like the biggest deal ever because it was like $400 on a box of cards. I thought, this is crazy. And then this year, I don't know how many cases we went through, probably like 12 to 15. It's crazy, but I would rip that every day if I could. Love Spectra. But the other ones, Select is always good too. Prizm, I agree with you, Shawn. Love Prizm. They always look good. NT and Immaculate, those are really the 2 other high-end stuff.
I mean, if we're going with hot takes here, I have one on Football Prizm. I think Football Prizm in comparison to Basketball Prizm is garbage.
Nowhere close.
So the reason why I think this is because you only get 1 silver a hobby box, and I realize that makes the silvers like a little bit more majestic of a pull. But I opened probably 3 or 4 hobby boxes of Football Prizm, and I just thought it was boring. Like I didn't think it was fun whatsoever.
Josh, with that, Panini saw the value in all of us collectors buying the silvers in basketball, and they're like, why haven't we been doing this in football? Like 16 and 17, every rookie card was a silver. So they were like, oh, let's
and
make
I don't agree with that.
silvers.
Like, they have to find a good medium, right? Like, you can't have every rookie be a silver. That's ridiculous.
Right. So then they implemented that into, let's give you 1 silver per box, but it's a 300 card checklist. So your chances of hitting that top tier rookie is very slim, and that'll drive the value. But at the same time, basketball, there's, you know, same amount of checklists, but you get veteran silvers and the chance at a Zion, Luca, whoever rookie year we're looking at, and it is a far better product. But that's Panini is pushing that out there, and it's like, if people are willing to pay that for a basketball silver, imagine if we made them one per box in football, what they would do.
And I think that's what they have to do to get the value anywhere close. Because if it was to the same frequency of basketball and football, silvers wouldn't be worth much at all. But I wish they'd actually take a medium. I don't like the one per box, and I don't like how, like, in basketball, especially in retail, we could rip a retail box and get like 7 or 8. I wish there was something like 2 to 3 seems like a really good number, so that you have some scarcity, but at the same time, you're getting more than one. The tough part about Prizm football is you buy a hobby box at $200, $300 or whatever. You get to your silver and you open it up and it's like Julian Edelman or something like that.
Exactly.
It's not a
yeah,
rookie.
that was my problem with it. Like, if you get a vet silver, that's it.
Yeah.
It's hard to find anything else in there.
So Sal asked about sensational signatures in Prizm and how well those will hold value. And Sal, my opinion on that would probably be that, much like in Contenders and other sets, is that you've got the true rookie autographs that hold substantially more value than the other one. In Contenders and Prizm and other sets as well, even like in NT where you have the true RPAs versus other patch autos, there's always one specific version that's going to have a higher value, even if there's more numbered of them. So it's funny how a true RPA to 99 might be more expensive than a patch auto out of 10 for some players in the sport. So sensational signature Prizm cards are definitely going to have value, so they're not worthless. But at the same time, they will not be as strong as like the standard autograph, the standard rookie card autograph.
To answer your question, yes, I have been watching the NBA player with the 2K tournament. I actually got back and I'm starting to play basketball video games again. I downloaded it because it was free on the Xbox, and it's a fun game. It's fun to see them playing. It's fun to hear them kind of interact and talk a little bit. So
here, I got a visual that I can answer for that, Gary, while these guys are chatting here.
Dave has a baseball question. Outside of flagships, what sets are going to be the ones to watch out for? I was pleasantly surprised with Inception. I think, so as with anything, I think it depends. Like, if you're looking to invest, you named all of the sets that you want to invest in. Like, it's flagship tops and it's Bowman Chrome. Yep. And Topps Chrome to a lesser degree, I think. But as we go forward here, like, I think I've mentioned my affinity for Topps Chrome just in general. Like, that's my favorite set out of any sport, any manufacturer. I just think that's a lot of fun. They always seem to kill it every year with that. I think museum collection is a decent rip too. There are a lot of people that like that, and the design on those are pretty clean. I actually just ordered a box of Definitive that comes out at the end of the month, which is one of Topps really high-end products. Like, it's maybe not the same prestige as NT for baseball, but certainly the price point and the format is pretty close to that. So
they're cool too. I mean, I watched a lot of those breaks last year, and I was like, man, Definitive's nice. Not as uber expensive as I can't remember what their really big high end one is, but
there you go, Sal.
Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and I was gonna point out for the Prizm question. So I have a sensational signatures autograph of Kyler, and this one's out of 10, and I expect it to be nice, but I actually think almost long term that the standard rookie card autos are probably going to be more valuable long term, even though these are higher print runs, so 75 and not numbered. So
well, I mean, it's and again, keep in mind I'm the noob collector, but it's an insert set, right? And insert autos are typically, even if they're a shorter run, not as valuable as a base.
Right. But I think the nice thing is that you can get a rookie auto of somebody and not spend as much. So
Fair enough.
last year, or what was it? Yeah, 2 years ago now, I guess. Baker autos, Baker contender autos were like $1,500 for a base one, but you could get his rookie of the year or one of the other contender autos for only a couple hundred. So it's like, oh, well, this is sweet. I got a, rookie year Baker auto, and only cost me $300 when the other ones are, 14 or 1,500. So there's a way that you can get it too. Hey, Caden did something, and Josh, I'm pretty sure you were there, and Brad, but Sean,
and you're off.
This was the craziest thing I've ever seen. So Sean, we did a full case break of baseball helmets. There's 4 of them, right? And everyone got to draft 2 players, and 3 out of the 4 helmets were from players that weren't drafted. So we decided to random them to everyone in the break. So we rolled a 7. First random, Caden's the top name. We go to the second number, or the second one, run the random 7 times. Caden's the top name. Third one, 7 times, as you probably know where it's going. Caden was the top name. He got all 3.
Oh my God.
I know. I was like, then we had a big debate about the math of what that probability was, where, he had two spots out of 20 and gets the top spot 3 consecutive times. That's crazy.
Well, there wasn't much of a debate.
Out of 20
You're the one who
spots?
hated it, Mikey. It's 10% times 10% times 10%. Worth.
See, I don't think that's right, but I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, I don't. We had this discussion last night.
I know. I don't want to. Yeah.
So I can't answer that.
No.
Wolfram Alpha.
There's a reason. There's a reason why I don't do math. So, yeah.
For sure.
No, but that was insane luck. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, Gary, but it's 2 out of 10 or 2 out of 20, so it's still it's the same as 1 out of 10. Hey, keep in mind, I've undergrad in accounting, my MBA with a financial emphasis. So, I mean, we can, yeah, exactly, Gary. To mag or not to mag? That is the question.
Man,
can we comment?
Brad over here like flexing on his credentials.
Jeez, Brad, hold on. Let me see if I can find my master's degree. It's over here somewhere.
Okay, I'll flex on that, but I can also show you my student loan account. So
I can show you mine too. I don't know, like maybe that's the better competition, or
yeah. No, man, my loans are more than yours.
I
was more of an idiot during college than you were.
I was happily random, since we're talking about it. I logged on to, because they did the with the CARES Act, the extension of the student loans, and I logged on to my account, and I'm like, why do I not have a payment due for 6 months?
Booyah! You know what that means, Brad?
More cards.
More breaks.
Yeah, right.
That's nuts.
For sure.
So, so Josh, I know that you've been opening a lot of cards and doing some breaks and stuff. Sean, you've been doing some things live with Legends on their website. What do you guys tell me, like a cool hit, like in the last 2 weeks that was either for you or for someone else that you got? I'm curious to see what other cool cards are getting hit out there.
I mean, it's been a lot of Inception at the shop. We've Josh got a cool one with the Tatis on card. Outside of that, we've had some Acuna patch autos from Inception pulled. Glaber on card. Another one for Josh was was it Bryce Love, Josh? The 101 tag?
The B Heart? Yeah, the B Heart.
I actually have that sitting right next to me somewhere. Yeah,
so I mean, it's been pretty good ripping there. Not a lot of big hits this week, but
that's
been some nice stuff.
That's awesome. True RPA laundry tag. That's cool. Well, Gary, before we get to that one, so Sal's asking, you have $500. What are you guys investing in? That's a really good question. All right. What do you got? I guess
I should say, like, in general, I don't really like, and I'm not judging anybody for how they, attack the hobby, right? I mean, we all have things that we like to do. I like to spend a lot on wax and rip it, even though, like, my PC could probably be really sick if I stopped doing that and actually just bought the cards that I wanted. But
Where's
I
the
don't
fun in
really
that?
invest a lot. So that being said, from my perspective, I would say like Acuna would be somebody I would invest in. Like if you're looking to kind of buy relatively low right now, and Soto for baseball. Otherwise, like, I mean, stuff like LeBron and Jordan, like those sorts of things, they're never gonna like tank, right? They're always going to be pretty steady and continue to go up, I think. So,
Sean, what about you? You have $500. What are you buying?
I would say flagship rookie PSA 10s. And then Josh's same thing. I am going to go, however, with LeBron base or silver prisms from 1920 or the 1819 optic base.
yeah.
Those the optic base from 1819. I mean, I didn't rip a lot of optic last year, and I don't have any, so I regret not even picking up any.
Same
I mean,
here.
those things are insane right now.
Yeah. Any of those first year Laker cards are big. Bradley, $500. What are you investing in?
I'm taking it to the casino. I'm putting on red or black and trying to make it 1,000.
Boom.
Then we're going to go. No, so again, keep in mind, I'm the non-educated investor. I've spent too much money and haven't sold enough. So probably the wrong answer. But what I'm investing is I'm buying a shit ton. Sorry, this is not After Dark.
No, it's all good. This is a different kind of stream. So
this isn't break night.
I'm buying a ton of rookie prisms from this year, last year, not the big guys, and I'm praying to God that they hit big.
Yeah,
like not the Nick Claxton tier, because I mean there's 8 million of them out there.
Retirement fund, baby.
I do agree with that. I mean, there are so many guys with untapped potential in this 1920 class, and their silvers are $5 to $15.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's like put all that in a box and forget about it and hope one of them hits large, and you're sitting on gold.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that, with 500, you're out of the range of buying like pristine, LeBrons or Jordans and stuff like that. I mean, you can always buy a low end Jordan 86, 87 Fleer, but I think these guys are onto something really big. What I would do is gamble a little bit more versus putting it all into one or two cards. Acuna's great, but it's probably going to cost you about $200 for a flagship PSA 10. Instead, take that money and start hitting up some of the new class 2020, whether that's Gavin Lux or whatever. These guys know those baseball prospects a lot better than me. I would get those guys because their PSA stuff, or you could send that to PSA, is still relatively inexpensive. And then basketball prospects, by far, that's where it's at. I mean, you can get guys like Langford, and even RJ Barrett's stuff is still cheap. Porter from Cleveland. I mean, these silvers or gold ices, I mean, any kind of variations or whatever, their cards are like nickels and dimes. I mean, so many people ripped Prizm only getting Zion and Ja that they're giving everything else away, trying to recoup their investment, which is crazy because as Sean mentioned, you can get a whole bunch of this stuff, sit on it, and if the guy doesn't pan out, you're out whatever, $40-$50 or whatever. But if he does, look at other players that didn't hit it big in year one or two. Now all of a sudden their base rookies and their base silvers are a couple $100 each. So you never know. I think the key with that is get some rookies, get them graded, get them high grades, PSA 10s, and throw them in the back of the closet, and that's when you hope and pray. Yeah, really
absolutely, Dave.
I'm actually jealous.
I actually have Founders on right now,
nice.
But I'm not drinking anything.
I'm doing this low carb. I'm down like 30 pounds, guys. But
that's
nice.
awesome.
Well, we would say you look good, Brad, but we can't. We can only see like the top part of you.
It's all right. Don't worry. In a couple months,
we don't need to start like showing off our bodies or anything.
Bradley, I think your 30 pounds must have come to me then. So
well, it's a lot easier not eating out. I've grilled out literally every night for the past 5 weeks. It feels like. But the one guy kind of expanding on that I'll go to is it's Josh's boy, Sekou. So look at how high he got there for a hot second when he got really hot, and then obviously cooled off. There's the talk of him going back down to the G League and whatnot. But but he's come back down to relatively decent pricing, and he's shown the potential to get up there. So
Yeah, like
And
Sean
he's
or
only
Josh,
19.
didn't he had like a week where he had 2 or 3 really big games, and all of a sudden his silvers went from like $2 to like 50, 60, right?
Pretty much when he dunked on Tristan Thompson, everyone lost their shit and just started buying a lot of Sekou. That was really the moment right there where all of his stuff exploded.
But after that, even he did have 3 to 4 20-point games, and
Yeah.
his value kept steadily going up until he kind of hit a rookie wall, and people were like, "Oh, yeah, these are $30 cards again."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But who knows? He has potential. You never know. I mean, some of these guys, you just never know.
Yeah. Who you guys got in this like if you had to pick one of the baseball rookies. In fact, I'm going to force you to leave out Jordan because he's got a rookie of the year, so I think he's at least showing us a little something. If you guys got to pick one rookie out of this year's baseball class to invest in or that you'd pile on, who would you pick?
Jake Rogers.
God, Jesus Luzardo or whatever.
Yeah, right.
that was a quick answer, Brad.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was way too
down.
quick off the trigger.
Dang. Yeah, I mean, I know squat about baseball, so I would look to actually to Sean for the answer to this one. But from what I've seen value wise and from what people are talking about, it's Robert and Bichette. But my baseball knowledge is like that. So, what about you,
And
Sean?
I know Josh wouldn't agree with mine, but it's going to be Bichette.
Yeah, I'm going with Robert, hands down.
I think between Robert and Eloy Jimenez in that White Sox outfield, it's going to be scary.
They're going to be ridiculous.
Both can hit like crazy, but watching Bichette through the minors, and I'm not just saying this, but he was far and away way better than Vlad Jr.
Yeah, I remember you said that like months ago, Sean. Like he was like the guy before Flagship came out. You're like, this is the guy to get.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about baseball to make an educated guess. I mean, I'll say based off of just knowing players and teams, I like the call out with Robert just simply because the AL Central is such a weak division now. That I think they have a lot more potential going against weaker pitching. To show off some of that potential. Whereas the AL East is it's still a tough division. Yankees and the Red Sox, sorry, Josh, aren't necessarily what they used to be, but they do still have, some decent arms going through there. And obviously Tampa can't ever put up runs, but they always have a pretty good pitching rotation. It's going to be a little tougher, obviously, to show off some of those bat skills there. So I guess I'll just take the cop out answer and go with Robert, but that's a little the backing behind it.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you guys that are watching in the chat, I'll be honest. I mean, this is the nice thing about having good friends in the hobby is that and I say this all the time in every stream. I don't know a ton about baseball. I get my knowledge from the guys in the chat here. So picking the brains of Josh and Sean, tell me who I should be looking at. Who are the guys that we need to concentrate on. I never listened to Brad as far as who we need to mag and who needs a top low. I just assume that he is only out to drain me financially so that I mag every player.
just for the record, there was one guy that told you the value of is it Jesus or Jesus? I don't know, Lozario or whatever.
I think it was Gary, and I think I missed it.
I was the one that looked it up and actually told you that was an under $100 card currently.
I looked it up before you did, and I posted in the chat that there was one at 50 OBO. Like, why are you magging that? And then, like, all of a sudden, everyone mysteriously forgot about that. And the next one we pulled, like, oh, shoot, we got to mag this. And I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? Like...
Well,
real quick.
Go ahead, Sean.
No, finish your thought, Mikey.
Well, I was just gonna say. I mean, it's funny because when I'm breaking products, so like when we were doing wrestling and Sean was there, it was great because I was like, all right, Sean,
sounds like mag them all.
Is this good or not? Yeah. That's why I don't listen to you, Brad. But like, yeah, with baseball, I don't know. So like, I didn't know Aquino before we, started Inception and so forth, and that he was solid and. So I listened to the chat room, and I don't want to be stingy with supplies or anything. We have mags for everything or whatever, but yeah, at the same time, we also don't want it, to Josh's point, you don't want to mag what would be the equivalent of a $50-$60 card or something like that.
Yeah.
But,
Well, and I think too, like part of it is all subjective, right? Because like I remember the last time I came over to your house and I picked up my stuff from breaks, and you had like a dozen Sekous not even in sleeves, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like I sleeve and top load all of my Sekus, but I know a lot of people, they're like, well, right now he's not worth anything, so they just don't. So there's part of that too, right? Like there are certain things that people collect in PC that they want to use nicer supplies with and stuff like that too. So
it's
I do
tough.
think there's a little bit of subjectivity to it.
It's tough as a breaker because you want to first and foremost you want to protect the cards, period. And I try to pack them in a way that even if they're not sleeved, they're
It lets them
covered
get
in the
water
bubble
damage.
mailer and stuff. But yeah, it's tough to decide. My rule of thumb is always a hit or no, I don't even want to know what you said. Where's the mute button
We
on
should
here?
move past it because
Yeah.
we're gonna derail the whole stream.
Anyway, yeah. Long story short, yeah, the key is that always learn and listen to those that are more knowledgeable to you. So Gary had a question a long time ago that I wanted to jump on, guys.
Yeah, real quick on that.
Yeah.
To go on Gary's comment, but I'm also going to piggyback on Valley of Cards here. Baseball, it would be a carryover and a double class if we get no baseball this year. Basketball, Ja Morant is the rookie of the year. They've played enough games to be considered veterans going into next season.
Yep. Yeah, and there's talk about still doing an NBA draft, right? I mean, that's last I heard.
They want to push it to August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll do it. Like baseball had initially kind of flirted, I guess, with the idea of not doing a draft, but you have to do a draft just simply because, like, Tigers #1 pick, right? Well, what do? You can't give them, 2 picks, or you can't load it up like that. So you have to do it in somewhat. What do they talk about, Josh? It's 2 rounds now, or 5 rounds versus the 86 rounds or unlimited.
Yeah, they were talking about like slimming it way down. But I'm interested to see what they do with the rest of the prospect pool then, because I mean, like, obviously there's a reason why there's a draft in every sport, but with MLB especially, there's no salary cap. So like if you're a Boston or the Yankees or like a big market team, if you just said like essentially you can negotiate with these guys as free agents instead of drafting them, like the small market teams would just get crushed, right? They'd have no good players or no good prospects ever.
Actually, Gary has a good follow-up to that question.
Did Zion play enough? Yeah.
Did Zion play enough games? And for that answer, it's not team games. So I don't know how they would classify Zion going into next year, because the only reason I say that is Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. They were still considered rookies. Well, Embiid 2 years after, and Simmons a year after to be considered rookie of the year. However, I don't know what the cutoff is for NBA, so I'm not sure where they would look at Zion.
I'm not sure either, but I thought that the NBA didn't have a cutoff, and so that's essentially because Simmons and Embiid skipped entire seasons, so that's why their rookie status carried over. But I think Zion has burned his, like, even if Zion would have played, I want to say even in a single game, I think he would have burned his rookie status.
I agree, Josh. I think that might be the case because like baseball, they have cutoffs.
There's there's innings and at-bat limits for that.
Mikey, that was a hollow of the best player in the game.
If you show that again, this is going in the trash. All right, so interesting question here. So, okay, obviously, if things were normal, we would have at least 1 or 2 more sets out. I'll speak specifically to football. We're still minus a lot of the big football product, whether that's contenders draft picks, IMAC, NT, collegiate flawless, or whatever. If we continue to push in, the draft is happening when normal, but obviously operations at Panini is shut down. I wonder how many of those products still go forward, because if it's, the work order goes into late May or the summer, that's when the NFL products are coming out, and they still don't have those rookie stuff coming out with the collegiate products. So I'll be really curious to see how far along in the process some of these products are, and if they actually still release, because it'll destroy value for some of these higher end collegiate sets if they still release them so late into the calendar year.
Mikey, I'd even go as far as saying that what's going to happen with the Topps baseball stuff. And
Yeah.
not just saying this because I want my Topps Chrome case, but I think Topps,
Me too, buddy.
if we get a baseball season, Topps is going to be more focused on getting those products out. So what timeline does it have to get those products out? And will there be not just wrestling product, but will there be any of their non-sport product coming out in the near future?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
if
there has to be
timelines.
Star Wars because Disney has a clause with all their licensees. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Anyway, with everyone who has a license for Star Wars, that you have to produce content on a regular, like on a certain cadence, otherwise you lose the license. So they're going to be.
I feel like that'd be put like on a halt right now, though, with them not able to produce anything.
Right. Yeah. So like right now, but I'm saying when they restart things up, like if we're talking about companies having to look at their product line and say, okay, we have to prioritize, these products, Topps is going to have to put some priority on that or they're going to lose the license. So
out of curiosity, Josh, do you know if there was any Star Wars product on the way in like the next month or so?
Admittedly, like Star Wars is kind of like a fleeting interest for me in terms of cards, so I don't really follow it too closely. I don't think there was I want to say there was maybe a black and white release in the next month or so that missed, or that's going to miss. But
and I brought up Topps Chrome Wrestling. It's not scheduled until June.
I was pumped for that, Sean. I hope that comes out still.
I do too. Yeah, I'm really excited for that personal case, and
I think to me that was going to be the next wrestling product we really break.
Isn't there a wrestling Inception? Or not Inception? What's the big case that the Griffey party? Transcendent.
Yeah, but I mean those were like. I get it. $15,000.
I have an answer on the NBA thing. So in the National Basketball Association, a rookie is any player who has never played a game in the NBA until that year and the past 5 years. So if they haven't played in that year or the last 5 years, they're considered a rookie. So theoretically, if coronavirus lasts for the next 5 years, everyone will be a rookie.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
Sal wants to know real quick, round robin, guys, 3 NBA rookies besides Ja and Zion that you're holding.
All of them.
Mine would be Reddish, Barrett, and Tebow, and Goga. Because Goga.
Barrett's a buy low. Yeah, I definitely agree. Barrett. And then I'd probably go with any Atlanta rookie at this point because they have such a young team and a lot of potential. Obviously, with Trey being a rookie there last year, so if you give them another couple of years, they could be really hot and a good team.
I would. So shame on all of you for not mentioning Sekou. So in addition to him, definitely RJ.
I can't hold Sekou. I gave all to you.
Yeah, that's true. So Sekou, RJ, and you guys. Well, no. The third one's tough. I don't believe in any of the Atlanta rookies. I don't believe in any of the Celtics rookies. Kobe White's a point guard, so hobby value wise, that stuff never holds. So I don't know, Hero kind of stands out to me. I think once he bounces back from the injury, he's going to come back strong and he might be a decent hold. But honestly, Sekou and I don't intentionally try to seek out RJ's stuff on eBay, but I hold everything that I rip and I get of his.
Yeah. And you get the next a lot, right?
So I guess that leaves me. I'm gonna copy these guys. Well, not Josh, but I'm gonna go RJ. I think he's got a lot of potential. It's just tough in the Knicks and the New York market, but with his prices right now, it's RJ. I'd have to go. I like Darius Garland.
Yep.
I don't know how it's going to fit with so many guards in that Cavs organization. And that's part of the reason why the Pistons ended up with Brandon Knight again, because they were just flooded at that position.
Yeah.
But I think having Sexton and Garland at the 1 and 2, I like that. And then I would probably have to go. Man, that's a tough
Rui,
one.
what about Rui?
I like that none call out by Sal. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're
Nunn's
something,
decent. I think the trouble. So like, if the question is again like, who do we think is gonna pan out of the class just from a pure performance perspective? I think that's a little different from like a hobby.
Yeah. No. Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
like, I think Kobe White is going to be awesome, but investing in him, again, like he's a point guard, and like right now he's the sixth man in Chicago. So I wouldn't really.
He started a
like,
couple games there before we lost the season.
That's true. Yeah, he did.
there.
I think, for the Bulls right now, it's time to pass on.
He missed it.
Chris Dunn. You
Yeah.
know, they experimented with him once they got him from the Timberwolves, but I just don't think he was the answer. So start Kobe White. But I agree with your point, Josh. I wouldn't invest in him either. Honestly, one of the guys that I like, and he's probably got very low value, if any at all, is Schofield. Watching him in the March Madness tournament last year, I think if he gets a chance with the Wizards, even if he gets traded, I think he's got a lot of untapped potential.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot, actually.
When we're done, I'm going to change the topic a little bit because I want to.
Real quick, just a lightning round question. I think it was Sal, or forgive me, whoever asked they asked, would you invest in a Kyler PSA 10 rookie or 3 Drew Locks ungraded? And my quick answer to that is going to be Kyler.
Kyler.
So there you go. Kyler, all around. You're welcome, Sal.
Slightly topic, non card related, but I'm curious because I talked to Shawn a little bit beforehand. Let's get some WrestleMania thoughts, guys. What
I didn't watch it, so I failed.
I didn't watch it. I was breaking. Yeah, I was working.
Okay.
So you and Shawn can talk about it all you want afterwards.
Yeah, I had multiple screens up. I will admit that. So Shawn, I mean, obviously, I think the highlight of both. Yeah, the gray didn't go away, guys. I'm the grayest 35-year-old you'll meet.
At least you have it.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, I think the surprise highlights are both the Boneyard and the Firefly Funhouse match.
I loved how cinematic both of those were. It made me feel like I was at the movies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that they could do especially because Vince just. I'm shocked that they're going back to live. I don't like that they're going back to live without a fan or without a crowd.
I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know how much talent can actually be down there. A lot of them were home, and that's why they pre-taped most of it too, is because they didn't have all the talent that they could have.
All right, so real quick, because half the chat could either care less about it or didn't see it.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Sean and Brad, how would you rate WrestleMania, the 2-day format and everything? A plus to F. How did you feel it was this year?
Sean, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna go with A minus. I thought it was a solid overall show. I was definitely not looking forward to it, not being live, not being in Tampa. But it surprised me. It was very good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it depends on how you're reviewing it, right? Are we comparing this to WrestleManias of the past? Or are we comparing this to expectations coming in based off? I mean, exactly what Sean and I DM'd a couple times back and forth prior to after Roman was announced that he was out. What it was going to be like, and that they should just cancel the show. Now, comparison to canceling the show, absolutely, I agree. This was a much higher pre-tape show than anything WWE has done so far. And I think they they did a good job for that. I mean, comparison to other WrestleManias, it was meh. But I mean, there's definitely a couple shows that, or a couple matches that stole the show. You know, and yeah, I was happy to see it. I was happy to see that it did well, and yeah, you know, it was exciting. I mean, I think the Orton Edge match needed to be about 15 minutes shorter.
Yeah, I don't know why that one went so long.
But I was also happy to see that there wasn't a McMahon or Triple H match on there. So,
yep, that was very nice to see.
So okay, we can change topic now.
So
I want to nerd out with Shawn there for a minute.
Cody says that he wants to know if he's alone in thinking Flawless is better than NT this year. I'm assuming that's football.
Yes.
I don't know. Go ahead, Josh, and then I'm gonna give a different take.
So I don't know. Like again, I haven't broken football in several years. Actually, this is the first year I came back. I think that both products, obviously, you have it's boom or bust, right? Like especially if you're in a break, and I can speak to both ends of that because I did really well in NT and really awful in Flawless. But I think the difference for me is like when you look at the value of those NT true RPAs versus the comparable RPAs and Flawless, like I haven't done an extreme amount of research, but just in general, what I've seen is that those seem to have more value and those are more desirable. And so that's why I would lean toward NT personally.
Yeah, I actually think I think NT was really good this year. They're both always really good. You know, limited amount of hits in Flawless. This is the first time I've actually opened Flawless. The cards are gorgeous in person for those of you that are getting them. They're absolutely amazing. It's just such a tough rip. They're so expensive. There's only so many cards. You know, it was great to break it, but I felt horrible for when one of your really good friends hits one card out of two cases. That sucks.
Yeah, it's a bad breaker right there.
Yeah, it's probably the breaker's fault, right? But I like NT because you get a good mixture of things. I love that they always have a whole bunch of cool stuff like the big jumbo patches, the swooshes, and the tags. I always think NT every year is great. I wish it was slightly less expensive. That's one of the reasons why I love iMac, because you get a very similar feel, but it's not as much. But NT to me is always going to be my favorite to rip, to own, to invest in, because they look cool. When it comes to an RPA of a player, if you really want the pinnacle rookie patch autograph, it's always going to be the true RPA out of 99 for NT. Above and beyond anything else, then it's not even close.
So since we're talking about it, I just want to hop in right here, and I think Valley Cards, Michael B's in here. I want to again say thank you for kind of taking that on the chin and posting that yourself, buddy. Definitely appreciate that, being part of that crew.
Absolutely. So Lori asked if would we rather invest in Herbert or Tua? That's an interesting one.
I'm going with Herbert, and the reason why is because I typically, like, when you look at not even just football, but all sports in general, there are exceptions to the rule. But typically when you see a guy come out of college with somewhat of a little bit shaky injury history, like that doesn't go away all the time when they get to the pros. And so I think Tua has the potential to be great, and I hope he does. Like, I certainly wouldn't wish, that he gets hurt once he makes the transition to the NFL. But just based on that, that's why I would go with Herbert.
Shawn, you got an opinion on that?
I would go Jordan Love.
Oh, okay.
I like it. New England Patriots new quarterback.
Yep.
Who did him?
Yep.
I'm gonna go the other way.
If I had to pick between the two, though, I'd probably go Herbert.
Really, man, I'm the complete opposite. Other good quarterbacks had injuries history. I mean, when you're looking at low round quarterbacks anyway, there's such just a small percentage of them that actually make it. I like Tua. He played very hard competition. He played extremely well. I get that he had injuries, but you know who else had injuries in college? Patrick Mahomes, and he turned out to be okay. So,
How did Andrew Luck pan out?
Well, he actually was kicking ass until he got hurt in the pros.
And then
decided he wanted to walk away from the game. So yeah, too soon.
So two on
Sorry,
four.
I had to get a jab in
That's
there.
all
It's
good.
been a while.
I think this is just a phenomenal football class in general between the QBs.
Okay, so let's take a step back. Let's look at some of these quarterbacks, right? So yeah, Burrow's number one. Burrow's going to Cincinnati, all this stuff. So number one, let's talk about the fact that he's going to Cincinnati, and when's the last time Cincinnati was relevant? But number two, I mean, if I recall correctly, Burrow overtook these passing records from some no-name NFL. I can't remember who it was, but I remember when I saw in the championship game that he he broke the yardage record of
Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. No, not for LSU, but for actually the NCAA and FBS. But it was a guy that didn't pan out in the league, and I'm like, is that saying something about these pocket passers that can throw well with these wide hash marks and in the college game? And yes, absolutely, SEC best. Again, I'm a Big Ten guy, but SEC is probably the best competition conference out there.
You got defensive players that'll be in the NFL. That's the thing about Herbert is I don't know. They're playing. They're playing some pretty cream puffs. So I don't know. If you're asking me between just those two, I like Tua better than Herbert. Both of them could be big. Both of them could blow. I don't know. But you definitely have some good quarterbacks this year, and you have a very strong quarterback class next year. So I think the football card market is going to start trending upward. I think this year was kind of okay. The next two are going to be strong. Basketball, obviously, is not going to be anywhere near as crazy. I still think there's some really strong rookies coming out, but I think they're going to be on different paths here for next year.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a little bit of a giveaway for those that are in the chat. So
get out. The Sanders?
Everyone,
do you want to give away the Sanders?
Pull out your Panini Rewards app. I'm gonna flash a 250 reward points up here, and whoever snaps it first, Mikey, you're excluded.
I have my phone ready to go.
I looked at
I was waiting for that.
I'm ready to go.
Is he gonna do it?
Yeah. Come on. So Mikey, I'll leave it up to you. Should I flash it on the screen and let someone snap it, or should we do a chat drop and give it away?
Whatever you want to do, man. It's your giveaway.
All right, I'm gonna flash it on the screen here. So hey, Mikey, will you drop in the chat real quick? Refresh your screens.
All right. Refresh.
So I appreciate you guys hanging out. This is fun. I mean, I've missed being in the break room. You watch. Okay. You want to know what, Drake? Fine. Let's do that. That's actually a really good point. Let's do a chat drop.
Well, then I have to do all the work. I like it better when you just hold it up.
Okay, fine. We'll do something else. I'll find a card. I'm sorting cards here if you guys can't tell.
Just hold it up. I think you had a great idea with holding it up.
All right. So we'll no, Carrie, that was not a root beer by Shawn. That was a Oberon that I'm super jealous. This is the first year I didn't get to drink one on opening day, and I almost broke the night.
Actually, I haven't had one yet this year.
I almost broke the
Well,
night.
then we're all going out for Oberons whenever we get together, which
Dude, I'm going out like every night when this gets lifted. I can't even tell you how stir crazy I am. It's ridiculous.
Okay, we're getting a case of Gypsy Queen. We're gonna rip it all.
No.
Oh God, no Gypsy.
Brad,
I like
really,
Gypsy
really close.
the day that it comes out, and then afterward I'm done with it. So
such a brutal product to break.
Oh, did you rip any at Legends, Shawn? It is horrible.
Yeah,
it's a cool product.
The other day, and you're like, I'm sick of ripping it.
I've had to rip like 8 to 12 boxes for personals.
God, it's brutal.
It's terrible. People keep ordering it. I'm like, what are you saying here that makes you want more?
So I should sign on Monday and buy a personal and be like, hey, can you make sure to show every card on the camera?
Right.
Well, that's what he does. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, I guess for personals, you don't thumb through them pretty quickly, do you?
No.
Can you guys see that pretty clear on your screens?
Yeah,
I can. Yeah. Scroll down just a little bit more, Brad, so the QR code shows. There you go. So now someone's got the quick snap. So there you go, someone. Here, do it for 10 more seconds. Just kidding.
Actually, just make that your virtual background.
I can't. My
There you
iOS
go.
software isn't high, or my OS software isn't high enough.
I know, Bever. That's it.
All right.
I
All right,
actually
Gary.
prefer Alan Ginter.
Thanks for coming in, bud.
Yeah, see you, Gary.
See you, Gary. Have a good one.
See you, Gary.
Yeah. So, someone was asking about where was it? Oh, Chris wanted to know if Allen and Ginter is just as bad as Gypsy to break.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There's a
Yeah.
reason we
In
won't
fact,
be doing any of that.
I don't know, Sean. Do you think it's better or worse than Gypsy?
I love Alan and Ginter, but for a breaking standpoint, I would never break it.
Okay, so Sean, help me out, and Josh, you probably know this too. So I was watching a breaker that I won't name them simply because I don't remember who it was. And what is there like a sought after card in Allen Ginter that's like a $10,000 card or something?
Oh, it's Fish's card. Yeah. So the guy that runs Blowout, I forget his first name. Is it Tom? I don't know. His last name's Fish. He paid an exorbitant amount of money to Topps at the Topps conference or whatever, and got a card in the set.
Okay.
And then he
Okay.
autoed, I don't know how many, let's just say 25. He autoed a small amount. And then what Blowout did was they offered the first person to pull a Fish autograph from one of their breaks, and they broke a ton of cases. They were offering a $10,000 reward, which actually, when you think about it, it is pretty cool. But you know, I don't know. He's an eccentric guy. I really like. I met him at the National, and I think he's an alright dude.
And to follow up on that, he lost out on a bidding war between him and Brian Burns, a card shop owner, and he's like, "No, I have to have a card in this set too. I will pay you whatever you want." But Burns, or Nathan Burns, not Brian. He's
Brian
like,
Burns plays for the Panthers.
Yeah, that's right.
Brian, it burns.
So he lost out on that auction. He's like, "No, I have to have a card in this set too. I'll pay you whatever you want." So that's why there were two card shop, I guess, one card shop owner and then Fish. But yeah, they offered out a pretty high reward for that.
I heard it went into 5 figures. I don't know the exact details or whatever, but you know, if you got the cash to burn and you can create your own card, that's pretty dope. I mean, to have it in a big set, that's I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. And I think, you know, just having a base card is one thing, but the fact that you have, you know, cards that are autoed, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only appeal that Allen Ginter has to me is just the fact that there are like random obscure like musicians and celebrities and things like that. Actually, one of my favorite cards that I bought last year was an auto from Brian Fallon, who's the lead singer of this band, the Gaslight Anthem, which is one of my favorite bands. And he had autos in Allen and Ginter. So I have the base and then the red ink to 10. And so like stuff like that, to me, that has a lot of sentimental value because I love their music. And like, so the fact that you can get kind of those weird autos in that set, I think is pretty cool. But, you know, other than that, like, it's a weird product.
Yeah, won't be ripping that one.
Come on, Mikey, bring back Top Series 1, especially with Shawn and Josh not being able to be there. And
I'm not gonna lie, I thought about for next week because I wanted to do various mixers for the birthday stuff. I actually thought about getting like, you know, a couple boxes of flagship from the last couple of years. I thought it would be really fun, but I know that they'd be long breaks. I know that, you know, I wouldn't be able to know what half the stuff is. But I still think it'd be fun to do. It might be something we have to do once we're all back together, though. That'd be really kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, you know, do I want to buy an Acuna or just try to pull one?
Well, okay, so that's a great question. That's a great question. So I think, Mikey, I think you alluded that you have a couple bills earlier, and you know, who would you pull? So me, I haven't bought. I mean, with the amount of money that I've spent recently on cards, I haven't bought anything off eBay because there's a little bit of that for me. I want that story to tell. Like that Barry. I mean, that Barry. I can't tell you the number of people that have nothing to do with cards that I've showed the stream with. Your reaction, Mikey, and then all of a sudden, you holding up the phone with Triple B Brad and kind of my reaction when you called me on that. But like, I want that feeling of that. Oh my God, I either ripped this or I was there when I ripped it, whatnot. So, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I mean, to me, 90% of the cards that I keep in my collection have some kind of story to it. So, like this card that I just got, the Kyler Optic Pandora, this belonged to Mike, Valley of Cards. I remember when he showed me it out of his personal case when he opened it. I was down in Florida, and I was like, dude, that is so sick. I love it. He sent it to me. We sent it in together to BGS. I got some cards graded. He did. I told him I was so jealous. I love the card. It came back at Gem Mint with the 10 auto. I sent it back. I thought, all right, I'm never going to see that again. It's going to be buried in Mike's collection. But what a dope card. Come to find out, he has it on sale, and I'm like, I'm buying that card. I don't care if I have to overpay or whatever. It's the story about it. It's a cool card, but the story that goes with it is just, that's what really makes it. I will do that all day versus, well, I have a LeBron rookie, but I bought it off some guy on eBay. I have no idea who. I don't even remember where it came from. It graded high, and it's a LeBron rookie, but meh, that's all.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I mean, one of my holy grail cards was getting a PSA 10 Trout update, and I was able to get one at a really good price last fall. But that's the end of the road for that, right? Like, my cool story is like, well, now they're going for $1,300-$1,400, and I got one at like 900, and I like the card. But when you look at like the story with the Blue Zion, for example, I don't plan on having that card forever, but the memory will always be there, right? And like, I'll always be able to tell that story, and I think that's more meaningful to me personally.
See, I hope that you sell it and that you make a ton off of it. At the same time, too, I'm like, that to me, that's a phenomenal story card, right? Because I mean, we're all sitting there together. We all pressure you to buy that box. It was like one of the last packs. Then it graded a 10, which is unheard. It's just like, that is a phenomenal. I understand wanting to sell the card just because of the immense value of it, but holy moly, that is like such an amazing story.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, that's why, like, I have numbers on that card that I'm like, that's my absolute bare minimum, and I'm not willing to move on that kind of stuff because that story is attached. But like you said, I mean, I think that's the tricky part with this hobby is like, there are cards that you do attach these really great memories and stories to, but especially with how the hobby has boomed in the last 2-3 years here, it's just really hard from a financial standpoint, whether you want to take that money and reinvest it in the hobby, or if you want to do other things with that outside of the hobby. It's really hard to say, well, I'm going to hold this, even though I could bring back thousands of dollars on this 3x4 piece of cardboard.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hard.
My biggest regret in collecting since I restarted a couple years ago was when I first started in the hobby, as I would buy into breaks and buy lots of boxes and stuff like that, like a lot of us do, was that my way to appease the spouse was, sell cards, and then I could take that money and do whatever I wanted with it, which meant buying more cards, right? The downside of that was I had to sell very big cards, to continually stay in the hobby. And I wish to God I didn't do that. I had so many countless amazing cards that were in the collection that, if I had them now, I never would move them. But now they're long gone. I'll never see them again. And so that kind of hurts and pangs. But I think second to only having a great story, the other cool thing is, and maybe it is part of the story, is that, when you open the box and you hit the card, or when you're in a break and you hit the card, because there is something cool. Like when we had Barry, you guys saw the reaction. I mean, we had Brad on the phone, which was an awesome reaction. But in the chat room too, I've rewatched that chat several times. I mean, comments are just scrolling through about that's so awesome. It's like what a great experience that is. That you get to hit something that way that is going to be in your PC forever.
By the way, the berries for sale, $1 million.
$1 million.
Only.
That is a good question.
Invest.
So, I mean,
you better grade that first, so you can put.
So I did post 10? That. I'm on a Facebook page, 1-of-1 cards. And so I posted on there, and a lot of people were responding, for sale, blah, blah. And I'm like, no. And so someone DM'd me, they're like, all right, so everything's for sale. I'm like, fair enough, everything's for sale. He's like, how much? I'm like, dude, it's a ridiculous number. I literally sent him $1 million. I mean, now, yeah,
would you sell it for $5?
Would I move it for a house? Absolutely. But, I would sell probably every other card in my PC before I sold that one.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to net you a house, you might as well take a picture of it and then blow that up into a poster and put that in the new house. And then anytime someone walks in, they're like, why do you have a picture of that card? It's like, yeah, that card bought this house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your mortgage payment? Because I don't have one because of this card.
Jay, he's talking about this card we hit in a break. It's from National Treasures. It's a Barry Sanders booklet with the NFL shield. It's a 1-of-1. So I still have it. I haven't been able to send it to him, but there you can just barely see the 1-of-1 there on the camera. Sean, what about you? Any interesting pickups in the last couple of weeks, or did you kind of curtail buying stuff for a little bit, or?
No, I'm still buying. It's been mostly my wrestling collection, but yeah. I mean, the one big one I think I posted on Twitter was the Zebra D Rose.
Yeah, that's sweet.
That's really cool. Sick.
So outside of that, nothing big sports wise. Taking the time to kind of cross off some needs on the Ruby Riot collection.
Yeah. PC going well. Any big cards you're still looking for?
Absolutely. I mean, she's only in a handful of products, so there's few and far between on what I actually need anymore. I'm down to, anything basically out of 25 or lower. It was weird though. I actually just got in today, purple to 99 to finish off a rainbow.
Nice.
I had the base card, in the world. And I had everything in between, but I didn't have the out of 99 version because I had never seen it before.
Yeah. And
some guy just pulled it. And he's like, "Here, this is yours. I'm just sending it to you."
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was able to finish that off today, and yeah. Outside of that, just anything pops up that I need, I'm doing my best to get it. So
sweet.
Okay, hold on. I just refreshed. Who in the F put a thumbs down? I get that I'm on the stream, but what the fuck, guys?
I'm not really worried about the algorithm on this video.
I know, but what?
I feel like there's one person on every video
sure
that's going to be a thumbs down.
Yeah, I always have a couple. There was one stream. I can't remember. I don't know if we did a contest or whatever. We got the likes really up there, 70 or 80. And then there's 13 thumbs down. I'm like, yeah, those are all the guys that lost the giveaway.
Trevor, one of those might have been me.
Trevor in the chat. Right. Read that one.
I just assume that Bever is always the one thumbs down.
It probably is.
Boomer.
It probably. I will never forget though, and I won't call this person out, but because we're friendly and we got a good chuckle out of it, even though I called him out in DMs. He had posted a screenshot from his phone of a card I hit from him in a break, and then posted it on Twitter. And he's like, "Look at this card, Mikey just hit me. It's awesome." And in the screenshot, it shows the bottom of the chat. He had hit dislike because it was highlighted, and I was like, "Dude." I was like, "You disliked that video after I hit you a major PC card?" He's like, "Oh man, I didn't do that on purpose." I was like, "Seriously?"
That's
hilarious.
Hey Shane, welcome in. So one of my favorite moments from the stream, and this was I was pretty new, didn't know that guy in the bottom left corner, and he popped in on an unmodded account. And I went crazy with the band stick, and then the role that you played after that, Sean, with your banning on Twitter was was quite something.
Banning, yeah. The banning, yeah.
That's one story that I'll never forget.
That is
And
that
I'm
is
sure
probably
I'm
one
sure
of the
Mikey
best.
won't either.
That is one of the best ones ever. And if you and Bever would have kept that as a secret, and like 2 years later told me, I don't know if I would have.
Yeah,
that. Two, I would have been like, oh my god, that is insane.
Hey, I kind of recall you wanting to kill me the night I told you. So what would you have done 2 years from now?
You were not happy.
Oh, well, because I felt so bad. If it happened now, I'd be like, yeah, screw him, he deserves it. But but back then, it's just I felt so terrible. Even though there was part of me that was kind of like, well, that doesn't make much sense. But then again, I was like, I guess you two could do that. I don't know. What do I know? That was too funny. But that is one of the funniest things I think that's ever happened on the live stream, though, for sure.
That was definitely a good way to meet you, though, Brad.
Well, better, almost as good as so I met Brad when I chased him down after another breaker posted a picture. Was that the 100 years card, Brad?
That was the 100 years patch, yep.
Yeah, the 100 years patch out of iMac, I think. And I was like, hey, who hit this in a break? And he's like, it's this guy. And I was like, is he ever in your chat? I'd love to talk to him about it. And long story short, I ended up going to the chat, get Brad's info. We exchange info. I'm like, oh, you're in Grand Rapids? And then next thing you know, flash forward not even a year, and here we are. It's pretty funny how that stuff works in the hobby. Just like a random connection, turns into that. So,
well, and for the record, it's really interesting because yes, I still those individuals that I broke with and that gave you the information. Were the only place that I broke with. I mean, they got me back into the hobby. I still, so I guess we'll go story time with Triple B. So my first venture back into the hobby.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom then.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get another Oberon.
Yeah, I'm gonna go learn Python real quick.
But no. So Mikey actually did a break with Legends. And I can't even remember why, but I happened to stumble on Legends website and I saw that they were doing 3 teams for something, and it was a football break, and Mikey broke me a 1-of-1
Westbrook, right?
Brian Westbrook.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is kind of fun. And so yours truly, Triple B, might have had a couple cocktails that night, and so stumbling across YouTube, and I looked up card breaking. I stumbled across this breaker's website, and I fell in love with the hobby, and I spent a lot, a little bit of money with them. And now that I found with Mikey, I mean, I'm literally, don't get me wrong, I still cheat on Mikey occasionally because he's not a 7-day weeker, but I'm almost exclusively with Mikey B now. Except for, I like Shawnee L cards. Shawnee does a pretty good job when he does his Legends break. As much as I don't like to give him credit, I definitely prefer you on the stream than another individual. But
hey, I have feelings too.
No, not you, Mikey.
I know.
Brad, with everything going on, I had to postpone taking my talents to South Beach. But I will make it there. I do plan on becoming a breaker in South Beach. So once all this stuff passes, see ya.
Well, hold on, wait. We can do Zoom breaks. I mean, I can be your backer. I can help you out.
That's true.
There we go. Yeah.
We can. You want to know what? Let's announce it tonight. I know, Sean, you and I DM'd about this. Let's go ahead and take it. You want to know what? Everyone who's in the stream, Mikey's going to post this. Josh, Sean, and I are opening up our own streaming site. Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday breaks starting at 5 p.m. Eastern.
I'd probably start earlier.
4:50.
So I don't take all your audience.
Brad, we're starting at 3.
3. Okay. 3 Eastern.
We will mag all of your Jesuses.
Yeah. Come break it 3 guys breaking, because we mag all Gogos and all Jesuses.
Yeah, we literally mag all of your base.
All Giannis.
Yeah. 3 guys breaking.
All cards shipped, no matter the break.
Yeah.
3 guys breaking. I like it, Mikey. I'm going to trademark that. Thanks.
Yeah. We grade
Probably
your empty boxes too.
What's that?
Mag your points.
We mag all points.
Empty boxes.
Well, mag your Zion redemptions.
There you go.
Yeah, the randomizer.
Put a sticker on it.
The randomizer always gives the Pelicans to Brad, I hear as well.
No,
Yeah,
Brad always gets the Hawks.
That's true. He does.
Brad does like he always gets the Hawks or the Grizz.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
It's
true.
like in every break.
We
Yeah.
mag all Bambas.
when I pick 14 out of the 15 spots in a break, Josh, you know,
Yeah,
I'm
that's true.
bound to get those, but somehow
Yeah,
the
chances are pretty good for you. Yeah,
It's funny how that works out, right?
we should make all Bambas for sure.
Absolutely. No, I think it'd be really cool to see this continue to this thing continue to grow. I mean, I have seriously thought about like what next steps are after everything kind of does whatever normal goes. Just with the growth of the business, I think it'd be really cool to look for expansion. I mean, I've outgrown this room in the house by far. I know my wife is sick of seeing cardboard boxes. We have a third stall garage, and it's literally cardboard boxes. Like every 2 weeks when I take my stuff out there, I feel so bad for those guys. So somewhere down the road, there might be some expansion, and I'd love to see it. So we'll see. And who knows? Maybe some of these guys around the circle here will be a part of that. And yeah, Fred does always get the Raptors. Sorry, Fred. Fred gets the Raptors about as much as Brad gets the Hawks.
Yeah, the Postal Service can't go anywhere. They're gonna
USPS isn't going anywhere.
Well, and even,
aren't they
even if
federally
they do
backed?
go belly up, you'll still have the privatized sector such as UPS and you know, and DHL and all that stuff.
Yeah, they're not going.
DHL still around?
DHL, yeah.
I don't think many people use them though.
From DHL in years.
Yeah, yeah. Like I try not to use UPS if I don't have to, but every once in a while, especially shipping things out to the West Coast, they are significantly cheaper than the USPS.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I can't mag the Batman. I don't even like putting it in a top load because then it's really hard to read. So I do have some new cards I was hoping to debut in basketball last night, but I didn't get a chance to. We have the Shock Bamba. I think that's what it's called, right? The Shockwave or whatever, Mo Bamba rated rookie. So that one's going to make a debut here. And then I do have, there's a new hockey product coming out in like 2 weeks from Gold Rush. So Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes is going to make another appearance.
Mikey, how do you not have that sleeved up and protected for when he becomes a Hall of Famer? And
I can already tell on that Bamba, there's a print line through it, so it wouldn't grade.
Giant print line, dude.
No.
Well, damn it, guys. Okay, this is why I don't. For the record, this is why I'm not part of the grading process because I would just send all your shit in and be like, "Oh, I got a 6. Sorry."
Oh, sorry. Well, some graders do send all your stuff in, so you know. You're like,
Yeah.
Oh. Well, you paid,
Mikey
so I had to send it.
80% of my stuff. He's like, "Brad, did you look at this?" I was like, "No."
He's like, that's what you guys
we
said.
didn't answer Sal's question. You want to know why Leaf products aren't as valuable as other products?
Licensing is the big part, you know, and then
that's why Panini Baseball doesn't sell as well as Topps.
Yeah. What you'll find, Sal, is that with football especially, I can't speak to their other products, but with football just over the last couple of years, what I've discovered is Leaf Metal has a nice window where there's some decent value. The other stuff aren't bad. Flash, Valiant, Draft, those are okay. I've always found Leaf Metal and Leaf Trinity to be decent products, but you have a small window before their value starts to go down. I actually like to collect some Leaf product because it's nice to get autographs of my favorite players in the college uniforms. So sometimes I think that's kind of cool, even if it's like erased out. But I mean, sometimes that's the only way that you can get autos of some of these players. But yeah, I mean, they have value, but long-term value, no, not as much as obviously Panini products when it comes to football. So Shane wants to know, how do you figure out what to grade? So I will tell you, the most knowledgeable person I know about grading is, well, at least for me, I don't know if you guys see him on your screen. It's right. He's right down there, Sean. So Sean, what's your advice on what to grade? I know it's eye of the beholder, but what would you feel?
I mean, Shane, I like to grade flagship rookies from baseball, whether it be Series 1, 2, or Update. Prizm football, Prizm basketball, rookies, silvers, colors. You know, how do you see what to grade? You got to look at the 4 key aspects. It's going to be centering, surface, edges, and corners. If you are unsure, you know, Mikey and I were in the process of starting up group submissions when all of this hit. But you know, just examine your card, you know, and if you have questions, there's people out there that will be more than willing to help you. You know, you're obviously shooting for a 9.510 with either of the bigger companies, BGS or PSA. You know, but again, you know, if you collect vintage, you know, it's not always about the high grades. You know, some of the lower tier vintage sells pretty well too.
Very well, yeah.
And to go on to JC's comment, Mikey, I see you answered briefly there. Junk Wax is making a comeback a little bit, you know, with the 89 Upper Deck Griffey. Not so much Bonds and Maddox, but the Griffey and the Derek Jeters of the hobby.
Yes, those, yeah.
That stuff is valuable. Like a 93 Topps box, you know, I was finding them all day for 20 on Facebook Marketplace, and if I could have, I would have bought them all because they're $130 box on eBay. But it's just the fact is I was too late to every single one of them.
Yeah.
You know, so 89 Upper Deck, same way. You've got the regular series and then the high series, both with chances at getting the Griffey. They're pretty valuable boxes. So I do have
those might be the only 2 exceptions too. So yeah, so older basketball, like Jordan inserts, not so much raw, but if you find some older Jordan cards and can grade them and they grade well, they actually have some decent value. So,
yeah, I mean, if you find the right 90s inserts of the right players in basketball, like a lot of that stuff is skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Especially like, I mean, players like Duncan and Iverson and Garnett, like the guys who are in the Hall of Fame, some of the 90s inserts of those guys go for hundreds and thousands of dollars.
Well, I mean, with the announcement of Kobe and Duncan and Garnett going into the Hall of Fame, you're starting to see more of their rookies and rare cards show up on eBay. Got a guy that I work with. He sees David Robinson pretty heavily. We actually just noticed on eBay the other day there was a dual auto of Robinson and Duncan from Duncan's rookie year that we had never seen before.
Oh, that's cool.
And it went for around, I believe, $1,500. Both on-card autos. I mean, the only David Robinson autos you really want are the on-card autos because he is notorious for going off sticker.
Yeah.
But Duncan never signs. So, and for it to be from his rookie year and, you know, in that like junk wax type product, I can't even remember what product it was from, but, you know, Kobe, Garnett, Duncan, all of their stuff, whether it be junk wax era or modern stuff, is through the roof right now with the announcement of the Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah. Real quick, back to the grading chains question. How do you figure out what to grade? Besides just looking at conditioning, there's really a couple of reasons to grade cards. You know, one, you want a personal card slab because you like the look or whatever. If you're looking to grade to invest, you can take a look at comps and how much the value is over a raw. There's a lot of different things that you can do, but you know, for the most part, when it comes to grading, just to kind of wrap that one up as well, it just depends on, you know, what you want to do with the card. I mean, graded cards will sell for higher if they're high grades, but you can also waste a lot of time and money grading a card, and then it turns out to be a PSA 8.5 or a PSA 8 or a BGS 8.5, and then it actually loses value. So there's a lot of different things. My advice to you is that if you really feel like you've got some cards that you want to grade, you know, Sean's Twitter information's right there. I'm pretty easy to find on there. We're happy to answer questions. Shoot us a DM and just say, hey, I'm thinking about these cards. What do you think? You know, we'd be happy to share an opinion or whatever. But it's just that. It's an opinion. You can grade whatever you want. There's people that grade. I'm not kidding you. I saw the other day someone graded points cards. They had a rainbow of all the points cards from 150 up to 15,000, and all of them were BGS graded. I kid you not.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Were they 10s?
And to
No, they weren't
bounce off
gems
your
either.
point there, Mikey, you know, anymore I do feel like it is a waste to grade if you're not shooting for a 9 or a 10.
Yeah.
But from what I'm seeing, and I can attest to this, people like to buy graded because they know what they're getting.
Yeah, it's authentic.
You know,
Yeah,
Even if
exactly
it's a low
why I
grade, it's
like to buy
authentic.
graded.
Yeah.
I just sold a Bowman Chrome rookie X-Fractor numbered to 250 of Justin Verlander, and it was a PSA 8. And I got more than raw money for it.
Nice.
So I was pretty happy about that. Granted, it sat on my eBay for 3 to 4 months, but it sold, and I'm happy with the sale. So
Yeah.
I think people are starting to realize, like, you know, I'm buying this as a graded card regardless of the grade. I know what the condition is already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten really picky personally, and like literally the only things I buy on eBay are either graded cards or cards that come out of the box in mags, like luminaries or stuff out of Flaw, like that sort of stuff, because
Yeah, they're in
I
case
just
already.
don't like. I'm not willing to spend with where my collection is at and like the types of cards I'm buying. You know, admittedly they're a little bit more high dollar, so in that range, I'm just not willing to spend that amount of money to take somewhat of a chance on the condition of the card.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm very nitpicky. Like if someone DMs me on Twitter, when Zion, a month and a half ago or whatever, when Zion was really cresting, and people were trying to sell silvers and his rookies raw, I would be like, even with 20 pictures of the card, you still couldn't really tell. I mean, you could judge centering decently, but I would always, these people were wanting like, high grade value for their raw cards, and it's just like it's such a risk. Plus, to be honest, I don't know about you, Josh, but I don't want to take the time to send it into PSA and wait 7 months for it to grade, hoping it tens. I'd rather just spend the money, get the PSA 10, and be done with it. So,
Exactly.
And with that, I've got, well, I don't have, but we at work just sold a couple Derek Jeter, kind of going back to the junk wax era. We sold a couple 93 tops Jeters, and with eBay's wonky return policy, the guy actually sent them to BGS, and they came back trimmed, and he sent them to PSA, and they came back trimmed. So he was able to forward a return to us, being that he paid to have it quickly graded through Beckett and PSA, and for him to, do that, he lost out on his graded money, but he was able to get the refund through us. So it's like now we have modern or junk wax era rookie cards of Jeter that were trimmed at some point.
Wow.
And we get the main thing you can do with that now is either sell them, but you have to tell them what it is, or you slab them as authentic.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think same thing is like one of the main reasons you can slab, especially an older card. And there's outside the vintage cards, within the last 15 years. So if you take out the last 3 years, modern era, and go back, there's only a handful of cards that I would really grade. Jeter rookies are definitely part of them, because even a Jeter 6 or 7 is still strong, especially in what was that SP or wherever that upper deck is.
With the foil.
Yeah, because the foil, they're so hard to grade high. So,
and I've got a card in front of me that I actually picked up and graded, but I knew I was going for a 9 simply because the card is perfect outside of the left corner there.
Yeah,
right by my finger. Probably can't pick it up on the camera, but when I found this, I knew it was a 9, and I just wanted to get it encapsulated. So that's one reason why I graded that. It's a card you don't see every day from 2004, 2005 tops. So, one.
Sean, we still got to talk about that, by the way.
Sean, who was it?
Exception for that 9.
Sean, who was it that subbed with us that really cool Kobe card that had or was it LeBron that had one of them was guarding the other one, and they had like 4 or 5 of the cards going to grading, and we were like, I want this so bad.
Yeah, I can't remember who sent those, but yeah, he had like 4 or 5 of the 0809 Chrome with Kobe dribbling and LeBron guarding.
Yeah, such a
It's
cool
going to be
card.
one of the most iconic cards.
I agree.
Yep.
What is that? I'm looking it up now.
2008, 2009 Topps Chrome.
Actually, LeBron's base from that year is pretty cool too, because that's him throwing up the chalk. I want to grab one of those too.
Yeah. I mean, that year overall with Russell Westbrook rookie, you got DeAndre Jordan rookie, Derrick Rose rookie. You know, that year in general, you know, it's not anywhere near like the classes as of late, but was that the last year of Topps Chrome?
0809?
No, because 2009, 2010 with Curry, but they didn't do Topps Chrome that year. It was inserts in the Topps set.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But yeah, I just think that 2008 set with the 2 iconic cards with Kobe Bryant and LeBron, and then LeBron's base card, as well as a handful of good rookies, is a really fun set.
Yeah, I just like Topps Chrome in general. Like, I have a bunch of older, like, I was looking a couple weeks ago. I have like a Mike Bibby Topps Chrome rookie card and stuff, just because I think Topps, like, I know I keep talking about Topps Chrome, but I think they've nailed it every year. Like, I think the only year that Topps really failed with Chrome was I think 2010 was Strasburg's rookie year, right? Where all the cards were like super bowed, like way more than normal. That was the one year where Topps Chrome was garbage. Yeah, but other than that, like, I think they kill it every year with that stuff.
Absolutely. That's why I'm really looking forward to Chrome Wrestling.
Yeah.
They haven't made it since 2015.
Well, I'm looking forward to next week because, Josh, I bought a case of Topps Chrome Jumbo from last year, and I can't wait to open it, man. Those are going to be fun breaks.
Yeah.
So, I remember ripping those from Pack Wars and thinking, man, these are cool cards.
Oh, yeah, dude. Well, I mean, you know, because we've sat next to each other the last couple of Pack Wars that we've been there together. Like, anytime that comes up, I buy the full allocation.
Yeah, exactly.
even though I've ripped.
How many packs do you want? And Josh and I are like, we'll split the box.
Right. Yeah.
We don't even care if we win the Pack Wars. We just want to open the packs.
Yeah.
So
I was going to ask though, like, since there's really not a lot of new stuff coming out, so if we take out like the one, because Topps Definitive at this point, I think is the last release of the 4 major sports that they've really announced that's still coming out this month. So like,
really,
next wise, what are you guys gonna dig into until all this stuff restarts?
So as a breaker, what I did was I bought, I don't know, 15, 16 different cases. The first time I've ever bought so much product, which, you know, that's relatively light compared to the big guys. But for me, that was a really big spend. I bought a month's worth of inventory, you know, in a weekend. And I'm putting together a lot of different kinds of breaks. So yeah, we do case breaks and so forth of some of the newer product, but I've actually found, and what I've seen a lot with the chat is that they really like third cases, 2 boxers, half cases, or so forth. Things that are a little bit more affordable, because not everyone is, you know, buying into flawless breaks every week or anything like that. And then I want to do like a lot of mixers so that people can have a chance to see a bunch of different product and just kind of mix it up. So to me, like, the back shelf back here and down below is loaded with cases and individual boxes. And I'd just love to be like, hey, guys, I got a little bit of everything. So Cody in the chat, yeah, I've got a case of Obsidian sitting back there. What do you guys want to rip? You know, if you want to rip Obsidian on Wednesday, we'll do a break around it. You guys want to do a 2-box, a half case, a full, and just go from there. But I've actually found prices literally jump every day. If I get a price quote for a case on Wednesday, and I call my guy Thursday to say, hey, I want that case of Obsidian, he'll be like, the price probably jumped. It's so crazy. So for me, it's like, get as much product as you can and find unique ways to rip it, because if I don't buy it now, I buy it later when it's more expensive and harder to get, and that just means break spots are more expensive. So I don't want to try to pass that expense on. I'd much rather buy a lot now and take the risk of sitting on it versus continually buying lots of product at these continued increased prices. And that team that you were buying in a PYT that was 25 is now 35, then 55, and now all of a sudden it's $69 for that same team, and it's the same break style. So
yeah, I mean, like even last night, I think I mentioned in the chat that I decided to splurge because my birthday is also in a couple weeks, and so I decided to get a box of Definitive this year since it's the last new product come out for a while. I've never ripped a box myself, and I got one at $9.75 last night. I checked this morning just out of curiosity. The same site that I bought that box off of for $9.75, and it was literally at like 9 or 10 at night. This morning at 8 or 9 in the morning was $1,100.
Yeah,
like, and that's just overnight. Like, imagine what it's gonna be closer to release, or like some of these other wax products. Like, I found personally, like, I've been a little bit more when it comes to buying wax, like really kind of picking my shots and like deciding like, okay, Inception, for example, I ripped boxes of that at 60, and I ripped boxes of that at 70 and 80.
Yeah,
and now they're like 110, 120. And I'm like, like I want to scratch the itch, but I just can't justify paying that much more above like what I've already opened it at. Yeah. Just kind of knowing that the only reason why the prices are that high is just because there's a lack of new products right now. Like,
that's why I think the breaking business has taken off so much, is that it doesn't make, Inception at $60 a box is awesome. At 105, it's such a gamble. But if you're going to spend $100 on Inception, you could probably buy 2 or 3 really good teams for a 16-box case and probably get a decent amount of cards, unless you buy St. Louis or Arizona, but still, yeah. I think a lot of people are utilizing breaks versus just buying wax right now. It's just it can be a better way to go, but it depends on what floats your boat. Sometimes it's just nice to have your own box, sit there knowing that everything in this is mine, and I get to open it too. So, but yeah, it's not getting any cheaper. That's what I keep telling people. I'm like, the breaks that we're doing tonight are not going to get cheaper Friday or Sunday. Everything's going to continue to rise, and costs get shifted or so forth. The margins are pretty slim on breaks anyway. So I just keep telling people like, hey, we'll try to keep the break spots only up $2 to $5, but they're going to increase. So, and that's just part of how it is. Product's hard to get, and if you find it, it's expensive. So, but it is insane how quickly things are rising. I've never seen anything like it.
And Mikey, I think with that point, I think I might have said this before we went live. Retail is going to be as hot as ever. If that's the only affordable boxes that we can get, I have a feeling that it's not just going to be basketball that was hard to find this year. You're going to start seeing more football and baseball products disappear at the Walmart shelves.
Yeah, because you could scratch the itch and spend $20 on a blaster instead of spending $275 on a hobby box.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, that was even the case even before the virus, though. Like, I think just because so many people, like, there's a lot of money in the hobby right now. And I think hobby boxes in general, like, we've had this perfect storm of really good rookie classes across all sports the last few years. And, like, there's been those 1 or 2 guys in every one of these classes that everyone wants to chase, and as a result, like, hobby boxes have, like, across the board, have really skyrocketed. And so, like, before all this virus stuff went down, I mean, it was a pretty common thing as somebody who did retail hunting on a semi-regular basis when, Optic was hot and things like that. I mean, not only was basketball totally cleared out, but the first week or 2 of Series 1 baseball, even, like, that was somewhat hard to find in the store because everyone wanted to rip and tear through that.
Right.
Or they thought it was going to be like basketball and they could buy it and then resell it on eBay and make a fortune.
Right. Yeah. And that's going to be the case for this stuff that nobody's buying. Like with Series 1 baseball, you can find it everywhere now. And like, Josh, I agree with your point. It was very hard to find Series 1 when it first came out. But that's not the case anymore. We don't have any new retail products coming.
Right.
So what that's going to do is, if you're at Walmart, you see that Top Series 1 is there, and it's a $20 blaster in store, you're going to scratch your itch, or you're going to be like, man, it's a $50 blaster on eBay. Well, crap, I'm going to buy them all.
Flip it. Good way to make money, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Brad, I mean, you know that how long have you been sitting on those Prizm blasters?
Speaking with $100 personal Prizm blasters tonight.
You're gonna open one? Sweet. Can we choose which one?
No, I mean, yeah. So I bought those. I mean, one of the first nights that they came out, and I regret the fact that I grabbed blasters as opposed to hangers because I had the option of both. But I bought a whole box of them that were sitting on a Walmart shelf. I opened the first one, and Mikey's like, "Keep going." I'm like, no, I'm gonna sit a little bit. And yeah, I've been able to hold them for all this time. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, a $20 blaster is now going on eBay for $90 to $100, and
yeah.
Cody, I got like 16 or 17.
I throw them in a tote. I throw them in a tote and forget about them for another year.
Oh, truthfully, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly Sean's control. Yeah. I wouldn't have self-control. I'd have to put it in somebody else's house.
I've got a sealed solo box of Optic.
It's hard enough for me, guys. You have no idea how painful it is sitting with all this product. Because I'm like, do we really need 3 Contenders boxes in that mixer? Can we get away with 2? It's so hard.
Dude, like, unopened wax does not last. Like, I mean, back when, we could go to the store and actually buy wax, that would be about as long as it ever lasted for me. Like, if I ever took a box home, like, as soon as I got home, I just rip and tear through it. Like, I have no control when it comes to wax.
Yeah. Shoot, Josh, I have a hard enough time not opening it in the car on the way home if I'm not driving.
Josh, to my point earlier about retail, another box that my roommate found was a 1920 Prizm Draft Picks basketball mega box. He found it at a random Target the other day.
Oh.
So he was able to grab that and flip it right on eBay for a nice chunk of money. And that stuff has been long gone at Walmarts and Targets and our area Myers since the beginning of the season. So weird stuff like that has been popping up. So if any of you are still brave enough to do retail, get your groceries and check the cards while you're there. Weird stuff is there, know, and like I said, it's gonna, either scratch your itch or it's gonna pay for your groceries.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where you can just, to your point, Sean, you can grab a couple things, throw it up on social media or throw it up on the Bay, double your money or a little less, and it's an easy flip. You just do a little bit of work, and it's a quick flip. A lot of people are doing it.
Have you guys gone to any of these big box stores since this new? I don't want to get too much into this, but like I was there the other day and they had everything non-grocery box or corded off because in Michigan you can't sell any of that anymore. Do you know?
Yeah, I haven't gone to a store in a month.
I gotta say,
sorry, go ahead, Sean.
I was out the other day, but it was before they were roping everything off. I might go out and grab a few grocery items tomorrow, but I don't really like to be out. I want to limit that as much as possible.
If you do, let me know because I'm curious about because again, you still need to get groceries to survive, and obviously I still got the kids. So
looks like Cody said Meyer took down the cards, boxed it up, and put it all in the back.
Not surprised.
Okay, good to know.
I wonder if the rest of the stores are like that. Then I mean, it's kind of important because I'm with Sean. Like I'm going out as less as possible. I mean, I think Monday will be the month anniversary of when my wife and I really started to hunker down and really not go anywhere. And I think in that month, like we've been on maybe 3 or 4 walks, but I have driven in my car and went somewhere twice that entire month.
Wow.
But like last week, but the thing is like the kind of side benefit of us, going, or one of us at least going grocery shopping over the last month is, like we just run by and grab a couple blasters or something just so, like I have something to do. And so like it's kind of like I get why, and I think it's not a bad idea, but it's just kind of a bummer. Like that's another thing that like is on hold now. Like when we go get groceries, like you can't, like it's not about just running by real quick and grabbing a blaster or something while you're in there
Yeah, it
and
used to.
stuff, which is
I
kind of a
relate
bummer.
to that, Josh. It used to, a month or so ago or whatever. It'd be like if I was out in the car and on the major street, passing one of the big stores, a Target, Walmart, or a Meijer or whatever, I would literally be like, "Well, this is going to take me 15 seconds. I'll just pop in and see if there's any cards." And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even remember the last time I was in one of those stores, just in general, let alone to go for a card search. It was probably way back when Optic basketball was out. I mean, that's how long it's been.
And again, I'm probably a little bit different situation because I'm still going to work 5 days a week. At this point, I'm thankful for that. Don't get me wrong, but I still have to leave the house and head to the office. So
Yeah, and I'm the same way. I'm going into work 5 days a week, and going out and grabbing groceries when I need them, and mainly the only retail I've been grabbing now is clearance wrestling, just for something to do, and it's cheap.
Yeah, something I think too, though. I mean, there's a lot of if your local card shop still has options, I'd always say make sure to utilize those first. But if you look at some of the bigger stores, the Steel City Blowout, David Adams, those kind of places or whatever, there's actually inexpensive rips that are out there. I mean, if you want to rip new product, you're somewhat limited. But if you just like, hey, I just want to open some packs, there's lots of great stuff out there that's a couple years old that you can still get some cool stuff in. It's fun to open. I mean, if you're not doing breaks or whatever, there's lots of options still in the hobby. So yeah, we don't have the card shows. Yeah, you can't go into the retail stores all the time or whatever. So you just have to make the adjustment until things settle in. But there's certainly things out there if people are looking to, hey, I just want to rip. I mean, that's why we do so many.
Like,
go ahead.
I would say too, like if somebody is looking for a cheap rip right now of newer product that has bigger potential, like I would actually take a look at grabbing a hobby box or two of opening day, because the baseball class this year at this point in like I know the season's not going on, but typically like there you go, Brad knows what's up. I think the rookie class right now for the first time really since 2017 is really good. And so because all those guys were in series 1, they're also in opening day, and opening day also has like photo variations. Like those of you who follow me on Twitter, Instagram saw that I pulled the Jordan photo variation the other day. Plus Robert has a short print rookie card, not only in hobby, but it shows up in retail too. And those are selling for like a good $70 or $80, and you can get hobbies of opening day at like 25 or 30, and they're a fun rip too. So that would be one recommendation I would have if you're looking for newer product on a budget.
It's all in the eye of the beholder. Like I have just as much fun opening 2013 black, which is a couple $100 for a case, as I did the flawless. Yeah, granted, I know flawless is way more expensive and so forth, but to me, it's just about opening and seeing cool stuff. I mean, you never know in some of these products. I mean, when we hit that Keenan Allen swoosh RPA out of 2, I was like flabbergasted. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest cards in the set, and it was an inexpensive rip. So you can still do that. You don't always have to buy the latest and greatest and spend a ton if you're looking to open something.
As I'm going through, I stumbled across this, and I just want to show that off to the crew. I love that card.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing that one. You have a couple of those, don't you, Brad? Didn't we look at those for grading?
Yeah, so I got 2 of them here, and then I got I think
Sean and I were like, oh my god, we want these 2. That LeBron and Kobe card and that Luka, we were like, oh, these are so nice.
I think we sent in, and I got that one also, which is another one of my favorites.
Yeah.
We sent 2 or 3 in for grading too. So
yeah. And then for anyone in the live chat that wanted an update on that, I gotta send an email out. But Beckett has our cards. They've acknowledged it. Actually, I had a small additional charge because I guess we miscounted the cards. A couple cards that had autographs, so not a big deal there. But they have the cards. They haven't been processed because obviously it's closed, but at least it's there. So as soon as they open, they'll get processed. PSA, I haven't even.
They're working with the skeleton crew now.
Was that?
I thought Beckett's working with the skeleton crew.
Not on the grading, no. Just their other services, but the actual grading services is completely shut down. So at least that's what I'm told. No new subs are going in or out. So I think they're actively, like PSA, they're actively telling people not to send stuff.
Gotcha.
But yeah, as soon as PSA says we're open for business, it's literally we'll type everything up and send it in. So it could be May 1st, it could be who knows, but hopefully soon. But it's a bummer that those cards got pushed back. I know that I had a lot of cards in both that I was hoping to get soon, but yeah, it is what it is. Worst things in the world. So, all right. Any other questions in the chat? Otherwise we're just gonna sit here and shoot the breeze. Do you guys think existing graded cards see a bump since no one can grade cards? Asked Mike B. I don't know, Mike. I think some graded cards just in general are getting a bump just because people are looking to purchase. There's a whole new wave of collectors coming in. A lot of investors, these guys that are getting advice from wherever are looking to buy up cards, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They just know that someone tells them to buy this card. They look for it wherever they can and buy them. So I don't know. I see a lot of existing cards, continuing to increase, but I don't know. The pop report's definitely going to be lower on the newer cards, like Optic, especially Optic Basketball, because not as many of them got through. But same thing. It'd be a temporary spike until all the big stuff comes back.
I think to answer your question about the backlog on PSA, I think it's going to screw it over because
it's going to get worse.
You got the
worse.
guys that are sending in thousands of subs every month that aren't going to be able to send them in for a couple months, and then they're going to overload the system.
Yeah. The guy that sends 1,000 every 2 weeks, all of a sudden, is going to send a 10,000 per order.
Yeah.
So it's PSA is definitely going to get worse. I don't know about BGS; they'll probably get worse as well. But yeah.
I think BGS just instituted limits on how much the guys who do the bulk submissions can actually submit at one time. Because I remember DK Cards on Instagram saying something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was going to be set in stone.
Yeah, the bulk guys can only do so much. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Chris said he's got a Barry Sanders rookie. He just wanted to throw that out there since you're in here, Brad.
Nice. This is one of my favorite cards that I pulled out of that Mikey B.
LeBron. Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice card. Yeah, I've been given that there's not a lot of new acts and things like that, I've realized kind of how I typically spend my extra money for that I get every 2 weeks of my paycheck toward cards. I've learned that I burn it all through wax and card shows pretty much. So now that it's harder to get wax and there are no card shows, I've been hunting for singles a lot more on eBay, and I'm trying to hunt down a lot of the things I feel like I need to have in my collection, more Hall of Fame autos, especially basketball, because I'm missing quite a few guys from there, and I'm trying to hunt down a little bit more of the mid-end LeBron and Jordan stuff, because I just don't have a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. I picked up a couple of baseball guys. I know, Josh, I showed you that one, but yeah, I found Alonzo's Topps Chrome auto, and then Sean's favorite card, the Harper rookie. Just picking up a couple of baseball rookies, just to kind of have in the PC, just to I don't know if they'll continue to rise. They may stay, and I'm not really in it for.
Mikey, will you take this card off my hands?
I'll give you
Put
a
it
dime.
with your Harper rookie.
I'll give you a dime. No, if you get a PSA 10, sure. But no, yeah, I'm just picking up, and then every once in a while, a cool card hops. And I showed this a little earlier, but the swoosh NT Hawkinson came up, and I picked that up. So, sometimes it just gets, I feel saucy, and I'm I kind of want to go buy a card and try to mix it up a little bit. So sometimes it's fun to buy singles. I don't like we talked about earlier. The story's not there as much, but it's kind of neat to go back through and be all right, yeah, I got a cool card of some of these prospects or some of these guys that are really on the up and up, and who knows where they'll go.
Yeah. Chris, to be honest with the mystery packs, I hope, you do well with them and things like that. I will say that I'm very overly skeptical of a lot of those. And the reason for that, and I don't know, maybe this is kind of in turn advice for putting yours together, is that I feel like a lot of the guys who put together those packs have chasers and they hype them up like those are really big chasers to go after. But really, like when you weigh the cost of those single cards versus the cost of what you're charging for the pack, like it's I think a lot of them I see, well, hey, you could get this base jaw Prizm rookie, right? And which is, the comps are like $50 on that right now, and I'm charging $25 for these mystery packs, and that's one of your big chasers. Well, at that point, like I'd rather just pay 50 and get the card that I want and not
Yeah.
have the other junk that you're going to put on that. So I would say, like, if you're going to do mystery packs, the ones that I've bought into in the past haven't really focused so much on like particular chaser cards, but they've like put a lot of really good variety of things in there. So I feel like when I buy one of those, like I might not be getting one of the bigger cards, but I'm still getting some nice stuff with that purchase, if that makes any sense.
I'll give you some advice, having done sizzle packs now for 4 rounds. One, when you put together mystery packs or something like that, you're gonna open yourself up to very intense scrutiny. Because believe me, no matter how much you think there's value in those packs, there's gonna be people that buy them and hate them, and they're gonna talk shit, and it sucks.
Mhm.
So my advice would be, don't focus so much on the chasers. If you want to make mystery packs or whatever you want to call them, a repack product in general, for your first go round, you better make sure that the value in those packs far exceed the price. That you have to do that because people are going to look to tear you up. And then all of a sudden, like if you make 50 of them, someone buys one, they open it, and then they post on social media, I spent $25 on Chris's mystery pack and I got $3 worth of cards. This sucks. You risk damaging your reputation. It's not worth it. I promise you, it's not worth it. So if you can build them and enhance the value way over the cost, which not everybody can do because you're going to lose money on those value of those cards. But if you want to move a lot of cards, they can be good. That's one thing. The second thing that's really tough to do with that is finding the buyers. Is that a lot of times what people do when they have new product is, they'll send some out to some of their friends or something like that and say, hey, can you open this on YouTube or review it on social media or whatever, just to kind of show people what's in them. But it can be really, really hard to sell them because, to Josh's point, people are usually very skeptical about what they're going to get and so forth. I when I see those things like, hey, I've got 100 packs and one of them has a Zion Silver, the first thing in my mind is that's total bullshit. There's no Zion Silver in any of those.
Yeah.
It's just such a scam. So just know that you could potentially set yourself up, but there is a way to do it right. And so forth, but it might not be the best way to move product because, like I said, I think you really have to go above and beyond the sale price, or else people are they're gonna jump down your throat on it.
Yeah, 110% agree.
Maz was asking, I'm new to collecting mainly football. Does it make sense to wait to sell until during the season, or does it matter? What do you guys think?
I mean, I would say so. For the longest time, I would just sell whenever I wanted to sell something. But I've been, and everyone's situation is different. Everyone treats the hobby differently, because I don't really treat the hobby as a way, like, I don't need to sell cards to fund my further activities in the hobby or anything like that. And I'm, at the moment, very blessed to have a very nice job. I can hold that stuff for when, like during the season, people are more hyped up about particular players and cards. And typically, like during the season, like that's when I think values are a little bit higher. It's all dependent, I think, on the sport and the player. But personally, I now have moved toward like waiting toward during the season for the most part to sell a lot of my stuff, like football in general. There are a few things that I'm selling from like newer products that just came out, but for the most part, I'm going to hold a lot of stuff in football until the season starts back up. Sean or Brad, what do you guys think?
Again, I'm probably the weirdo.
Well, we know that.
I'm definitely not the hobby expert. I don't know, the best. I've obviously heard from a lot of people you do it during the season, but I've also gotten, above eBay comps on off-season cards, from certain people. So I think you have to be willing to, no matter what the card is, no matter what the season is for me, you have to be willing to potentially list the card at a certain price, understand that, I'll take Josh, your Zion, for example, right? You have it listed on eBay right now, right?
Yeah.
And you have it listed at a certain price, and my God, you'd love to wake up or get that eBay notification one day that the card sold and it got paid at that price. But you also know that, okay, I'm willing to, take it down, whatever number it is,
Right. Yeah.
To hit it. So yeah, I think that's just kind of what it is. Do your research, understand, the season, the card, the type of brand it is, the type of card it is, and yeah, I for example, I listed, Mikey pulled the Hunter Bishop Superfractor for me out of Bowman Best. I listed that on eBay like the second I got it. I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna throw a dollar figure on it, and it's probably a little high, but I'm gonna list it on there, see what offers I get. Nothing came in for it. Didn't hear anything. Randomly, I literally woke up one morning and I had an eBay notification that it sold, and I got paid for it at the price I listed it.
Yeah.
It's just out of the blue. And it's like, okay, sweet. So yeah. And that was 2-3 months ago that you pulled it.
Yeah, my advice for selling is that it's always best to sell when you can set the market. So that's hard to do when there's a lot of cards that are already comped out there. But let's say it's a new product. Let's use Prizm draft picks as an example, something that just came out a couple weeks ago. The values of those cards are going to be at the highest right now. I would always look at what people are selling stuff on eBay, and I would always price below that, because my intention is, if I'm going to sell the card, I want to sell it and I want to get paid on it. So instead of trying to maximize value, if I wanted to maximize value, I might not sell the card right away. My best example was when Baker's Contenders came out and they were super hot. I think I pulled like a playoff ticket to 99. It was opening weekend of Contenders, and there were 2 on eBay for like 1,900. And I was like, there's no way in hell this is a $1,900 card. So I threw mine on eBay for like 14, and I think I did best offer at like $1,250, which at the time some people were probably like, wow, that's really undervalued. But what they didn't get was that I was the first comp sold, and every card after mine for the next 3 weeks sold for under mine. So much easier to set the market than be dictated by the market if possible. But yeah. I don't know if it matters so much as in season or not. That could play an effect. Some people are, some cards, some people, they're excited to get them. So, right now no sports are playing, but the market's still super strong on a lot of rookies.
One guy that comes to mind that I always seem to think sells better during the off season than during the season is Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
People seem to be so hyped on him, like that, and he's a good quarterback, don't get me wrong. But people seem to think he's going to go into the next season and just be the best quarterback possible. And they just seem to be so into him that they spend way more during the offseason.
Oh, that's interesting. I never realized that.
So Steve asked an interesting question.
I would agree, though. He does seem like he does have that weird niche where, and he kills it every year, right? Like, he might not necessarily be the MVP every year, but he does really well. But it seems like people have a lot of hype for him right before the season, and then during the season, like, he plays well. It's just the hype doesn't match.
Yeah, it always fizzles.
Right.
Yeah. So back to basketball. Steve asked an interesting question. Would you rather have 3 Ja Morant Prizm base or 1 Zion base Prizm?
If they're raw, 3, because you have a better chance of getting a 10 with 3 gradings than 1.
It's a good outlook. Okay.
We found the math guy.
What's the percentage of getting those great? No, I'm just kidding. Sean, what about you? What did you do?
I'm going Jaw.
Yeah. Yeah, I said I told him in the chat. I was like, if it's right now for sales right now, it'd be the Zion. If it's anything longer than right now, the Jaws.
I mean, even right now, I mean, Zion's going for what 170 right now on eBay.
Yep.
That's still 50 or 60. So I mean,
yeah, I take the Zion. I throw it up on eBay for like 130. Sell it. You know, like I said, if I'm going to put a card that I know that there's a lot of on eBay, I'm always going to price it well below, just because I want to make the sale. Why price it the same as everybody else and
Sure, yeah, you want to move
and
up.
hope somebody comes along? Why not just price it 10, 15% lower and sell it and be done? So might not be the best like overall making money strategy, but you know what's better than what's worse than not making anything is I screwed that up. Yeah. Getting something's better than nothing.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, but again, like, because I would actually, so I am guilty of being one of those people that actually prices around comps on eBay. But again, like when I list stuff on eBay, it's like, if this sells great, but if not, whatever. But the stuff that I do want to sell, I do take your strategy, Mikey. Like I will undercut whoever is there. Like, so I see it both ways.
Yeah, and then I have other cards on eBay. Like I've got that Lamar Jackson Black Velocity. Like I have that priced. That's my. I don't want to sell that card, but what I have it priced at on eBay is what I would sell the card for. So if anyone wants to offer that, great. And if not, it's okay. Right. I'll keep it. That's kind of like how I did some of my pricing at the card shows. It's like I kind of want to bring this card, but I don't really want to sell it. But for this, for $1 million, I'd sell a Barry Shield. So,
dude, can I say that like out of everything, I mean, I miss like hanging out with you guys in person. Out of everything that I miss right now in terms of stuff that we can't do is actually physically going to a card show. Like one of the highlights of my weekend is when after like a really long week at work, I get to get up early on a Saturday morning and like I get ready and I get to jump in my car and drive, like a half hour, 45 minutes to a show and just spend a couple hours there, hang out with some people, like look around at a bunch of cards. Like that's the highlight of my weekend right there. And so I was thinking, and I think the last show I went to was the show at Westside Christian here in Grand Rapids, and that was March 7th. And so the fact that I've gone over a month from going to a show is driving me crazy. Like that's the one thing, like there's a big show in Kalamazoo that they rescheduled from last weekend to May 30th. And I'm sitting here hoping like, dude, I hope we can do that because like I'm going crazy not being able to go to a show.
I'm telling you, I was super excited for April because I know, Josh, we were kind of back and forth, and Brad, we talked about it as well, about like sharing a table at a show, which I thought would be awesome.
I have so much stuff, dude.
I was so pumped for that April show with Legends. I was like, I started setting things aside. I didn't go so far as starting to price, but I was just ready to I was so ready to go just to 1, hang out, 2, potentially sell some stuff, 3, see some stuff, see everybody, and just hang out for a morning and an afternoon. That was going to be so great. I agree with you. Other than the thing I look forward to the most is having you guys here on break night. I mean, that was that to me is just awesome. It is not the same doing it solo. I have a lot of fun, but it's
you don't like having to sort everything yourself.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's a part of it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, full transparency.
We're never fucking coming back to
being a one-man sorter sucks, but no, it is really cool to be able to sit here and have you guys rip or vice versa, and just having the the high fives when we hit a big card. Now we hit a big card. I'm kind of like, all right, it's nowhere close to the same. So I know those are.
I missed the late night B-dubs afterwards.
Oh, barbecue.
I still haven't hit a late night B-dubs with you guys.
Yeah, next time.
Yeah, you got it, Brad, for sure. That's where it all goes down. Those are the conversations we couldn't post on YouTube, but
yeah,
with some very interesting topics. Jeremy wants to know, do you think Topps will ever get back into football? Yeah, I mean, Panini holds the license, Jeremy, so there's a lot of people that would like Topps Upper Deck to to get into those other sports and so forth. But the fact of the matter is the licensing is gone. And as you can see with Panini, now Panini tries to do baseball products, and some of them people like, but the vast majority like the licensed products. So, even if Topps got back into football, it would be like Panini, where it'd be airbrush jerseys, and it just I don't know if it.
Yeah,
would be
if you, in my opinion, like if you don't have the license for the league, you shouldn't waste your time.
No. Nah.
Okay, so sticking with that, I want to know, with companies being delayed, and what we saw earlier this year with Tyler Hero's Instagram post, are we going to see that Topps Chrome basketball ever?
No, they already. So if you go back to that blowout forum thread, somebody came in there, and at the Topps conference, they were asked about that, and they said that there were too many logistics with the licensing issues, so they had to postpone, or they had to cancel the product.
It's a bummer. That would have been cool.
Yeah, so we're never going to see those.
So if one of those cards makes it out, it's going to be really rare.
Yeah, if one of those cards makes it out, it's going to go for a crazy amount of money, for sure.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Well, we can
a couple
thank
copies
Hero
always
for
seem to leak.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for getting our hopes out, dude.
Yeah.
That would have been the one product that I break my no unlicensed stuff rule with.
Topps Chrome.
But it would have been college at least.
Like if they did Topps Chrome, was that what it was?
College uni?
Yeah, it was college uniform, but it was no Kentucky logo.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. Meh. Now, one thing I haven't heard, and I see Ryan's in the chat, or Sean, maybe you've heard a little bit, is I'm assuming Upper Deck is ceased operations as well. Aren't they based out of California? I haven't heard, because I don't break much
we're
with them.
We're still getting O-Pee-Chee Platinum, I believe, next week, and after that, I'm unsure.
Yeah, I would like to rip hockey, but they make it as a breaker. For those of you who don't know, I mean, I can't get.
It's so hard to pronounce Taze.
Yeah, that's the big one. But I can't get new hockey product. I have to buy it on the secondary market. They won't ship to breakers.
Bever says O-Pee-Chee Platinum is the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, and their printers are halted as well.
Yeah, but I mean I think that's Panini's problem. Is Panini I think would have pushed forward, but their printer closed down. So
yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how much longer that goes, and then more importantly, when it does open up, how fast can they get new product out? And I hope they don't bum rush it to where it's like we're throwing 2 new products every week, because that's just overkill.
Well, I mean, because I have a buddy
that happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have a buddy that works with Panini, and they're still designing, they're still doing everything. So it's literally a ship to printer, print, and ship. So.
Yeah, you think the turnaround would be pretty quick once everything's open, but yeah, you're right, Ryan. It will probably come fast and furious or whatever. But I think then it becomes a point. I'll say this: selfishly as a breaker, I think it's great because we'll have all that new product to rip, so we'll have lots of choices and stuff like that. From a collector standpoint, I think it's going to be tough because it's like, where do you want to sink money if there's 2 new products every week? And that makes it really, really hard to try to for a product to stay hot. So, and that's a big part of continued value is that newness of the product. Like this is new, and there's nothing else new coming out for 2 weeks. So I remember originally what Flawless was supposed to come out the week after NT, and I was like, why on earth are they doing that? They're slaughtering NT, not necessarily, but I mean, like, that hurts it a little bit, but neither here nor there at this point.
I mean, yeah, and all the manufacturers, like, I mean, I would say with Gypsy Queen, for example, every once in a, like, it seems like every other year, I decide to buy a hobby box of that just to
remind yourself it's a terrible idea.
Right. But that's the thing. Like, these companies have so many products, and it's like, knowing the calendar in advance, like, I pick and choose my spots, right? So Gypsy Queen came out like 2 weeks after inception, and then like Tribute came out like a week or 2 after Gypsy Queen. So when I look at that lineup, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hit like typically if we weren't all stuck inside and they were printing more new products, I would say, all right, I'm going to hit a box or two of Inception. I'm going to skip Gypsy Queen and I'm going to go right to Tribute, you know, because that's like there's too many products. Like I can't spend money on all of those things. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting when things restart because I have a feeling at least for the first few months afterward, it's just gonna be a huge rush.
Yeah, I think it will. They're gonna rush to get those products that were supposed to be out 2 months ago out. So,
Yep.
And then that might just mean that they push some of the newer product back too. So, you know, traditionally Contenders comes out I don't know, September or something like that, and maybe it gets pushed back to November. Who knows? I don't know. So
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Maybe it'll be just a flood. So it will be interesting to see what happens. Ryan, you skipped several as well. So, well, guys, what I thought might only turn out to be like a 40-minute chat, we've almost gone 2.5 hours.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's almost
time flies. I miss you guys. This is so great. This is about as good as we can get right now. So,
yeah, this is a good time. So we should do this more often for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to do it more often. It's fun to get together and stuff like that. But yeah, two, it's just something a little bit different. And I'm glad that you guys were cool with letting us let me do this on YouTube as well, so that we can get some of the crew involved and ask questions and so forth. I'm always up to do a call regardless, but I know that a lot of people like bouncing in and saying hi.
I think it helps having the questions. I mean, so many people have a bunch of questions regarding the hobby and where we're at as the state right now. So having all of those pop in has been nice.
Yeah, it's been great. And it's cool to have different perspectives. You know, Shawn working at a card shop, Breaker, and then obviously, you know, two big collectors as well. So it's kind of neat to have differing opinions and stuff like that, see what everyone thinks. So, yeah. I'm cool to, you guys want to hang out for a little longer, or what do you want to do?
I'm cool to hang out longer. I mean,
I'm fine. I might take a quick break and
well, I did see you fell asleep a little bit ago, Brad.
Yeah, Brad, we saw you in the recliner. You're like,
you were totally like eyes closed there, twiddling your thumbs for a while.
I might have been in another break that
I was just gonna say you're in a break, aren't you? You son of a bitch! You're cheating. You're cheating on me. How could you?
Hey,
on my
I'm
live
not gonna say who, but I do know someone that has been in the break room and been in another break. So
yeah, I mean, I've
someone, probably all three.
Yeah. It is what it is. But I mean, that's the thing. Like when you're cooped up inside, like the more stimuli you can get, the better for your mental health, right?
Totes, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god.
All right, guys. I'm if we're gonna stay on, give me like 5. I'm gonna go use the restroom and I'll make another drink.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Do you think, dude? Oh, that's cool. It's like on his picture there. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, his profile picture.
That's neat. What happened to your background, Josh? It like faded out, or did you just turn it off? Or
I just turned it off because it was bothering me.
It was weird like because like your chair would come in and out of it, so it was like
that's why like, and I have the same problem during work, but I'm a little bit more stringent about having the virtual background there because like I want to try to present a professional image.
That's why you have a strip club picture in the back.
Yes, absolutely. Just I want everyone to know that pole dancing and
Sal wants to know favorite cards in our collections. You guys have them sitting there? I pulled a couple, but not all my favorites.
This is I should have done that before. I don't know. Like, well, last time Shawn and I hung on Instagram for a while, I think I ran through like my entire big PC. So that's probably not saved anywhere, but I would say my favorite, and it's really hard. But I'll go with the same answer that I had for Legends when they just did their giveaway not too long ago. My favorite card is a dual auto of Dustin Pedroia and Nomar Garciaparra. I think it's the 15 out of Museum Collection. And the reason for that is because Nomar, along with Pedro, is the reason why I became a Red Sox fan like 20 plus years ago. And Pedroia is probably my favorite Red Sox of all time. I don't know if he really still is at the moment. I don't think he's my favorite current Red Sox because he hasn't really played in a few years. But to have a card with both of those guys having, signed it, I think is really cool, and that's probably my favorite. What you got, Sean?
Trying to think. I mean, there's so many good ones.
It's tough, right, dude?
And I don't really pick up a lot of sports anymore. I've kind of ditched my Detroit PCs. I'd say if anything, I still kind of pick up Notre Dame from time to time. And two Notre Dame ones kind of jump out at me. I have an exquisite college uniform, dual auto of Jimmy Clausen and Joe Theismann. It's a dual relic auto out of 5. So that's probably up there for my Notre Dame PC, as well as my Golden Tate National Treasures Reebok logo autograph out of 10. Loved Golden Tate since he was in college. And then the fact that he played for the Lions was a double whammy there. So that one's going to always have a special place in the collection.
Is it to me? The Hawkinson Flawless with the Iowa logo on it with all the diamonds is a particularly cool one for me. LeBron rookie, Trout rookie. Really like. I have a dual on-card auto of Peyton and Andrew Luck from Impeccable. I think cool. Not Impeccable. Pantheon or something like that. That's really cool. My Andrew Luck rookie, even though it's worth nothing now. So, I got a couple that I really like. There's a couple cards that I would never part with, regardless of price and so forth. Yeah. But there's also quite a few that I really love and cherish, but for the right deal, I would move them. So, and I find that what I would move pile gets much bigger as my collection grows. And really, a lot of the things that I buy now are those cards that I know. It's two things. Either I know I want to invest in this card and I think it's going to have value long term, or what's most likely the case now is this is a card I want to keep forever. So I'm going to buy this forever card. That's why my pinnacle this year is I really want to get an 86-87 Fleer Jordan. So I want to get a PSA something, I don't know, probably like mid-level 6 to 8 or something like that, Jordan rookie. That's a card I've wanted since I was a kid. So hopefully somewhere down the line. My plan was to try to get one at the National. So who knows? Cross our fingers that still happens. But that would then become my favorite card.
Yeah. Troy, to speak on Devers. So right now, he's, to be honest with you, he's really the only modern Red Sox, or I guess guy that's still on the team that I'm still actively PCing other than Benintendi, just because I've amassed a pretty huge collection of his. His Chrome SP PSA 10 is pretty sweet. I actually don't have one of those myself. I should probably pick up one, but I think he's gonna, as a Sox fan, I think he's gonna be really good for us for hopefully a very long time. But then again, you are talking to the organization that traded away a generational talent. So Lord knows if they're going to be smart and actually extend them. I think from a hobby perspective, his stuff has been really up and down. Right now, I've noticed it's pretty down. Like the BGS 9.5 that I just picked up and posted on Twitter today, out of definitive, that's his rookie card, and that should be a couple, I would say $100 bills, but I got that for less than 100, and that was before I used my eBay bucks. So, we'll see. I think he's just, now that Mookie's gone, hopefully he has a little bit more of a chance to have the sole spotlight in Boston.
I gotta tell you guys, eBay bucks has been a complete game changer. So anyone watching, if you're doing any purchasing on eBay and you don't use eBay bucks, you are just pissing money away. I mean, I had when that coupon was out, was that earlier this week, where it was $50 off depending on how much with the code or whatever. So I used that code, and then I had like, I don't know, 180, 100, I don't know, somewhere below 200 in eBay bucks. I used both of those things to buy that Kyler off of Mike, and now all of a sudden a card that I thought I might have paid like top dollar for, I actually feel like, oh, I'm in this card pretty well now, and I mean it's free money. So I mean, if you're buying stuff on eBay and keeping track of your bucks, that is how I bought a lot of my like never going to sell PC cards. Is I build that eBay bucks up, and then I take those monies and apply it to something. I mean, when I bought um, the LeBron Chrome rookie, I think I had a couple $100 in eBay. So it's an expensive card when I bought it, but I only had to pay half in actual cash because I had so many eBay bucks. So it's
Okay,
a
so
great way
help
to
me
do it.
because I don't buy on eBay. I just sell on eBay. What is this?
So with eBay Bucks, essentially, as you buy things on eBay, you get a percentage of whatever the cost of the item was back as eBay Bucks. And what happens is you accrue those bucks throughout the quarter, and every once in a while, eBay will throw you different offers like, oh, you get 10% eBay Bucks on purchases for the next 2 or 3 days, whatever. And so you accrue those eBay bucks throughout the quarter, and you can't spend them until after the quarter is done. And then you essentially use all that as like reward money. So you take those bucks and like, if you have $100 item that you want to buy and you have, $50 in eBay bucks, then you're only paying 50 out of pocket for that item.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a cashback loyalty program.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you the great, I think Josh touched on, sorry, I was commenting to somebody on the chat. So if this is a repeat, I apologize, Josh. But when I don't really buy things on eBay until I get the promotion. So like when you get eBay bucks, yeah, you get, I think it's like 1% back anytime, but there are occasions throughout the year where they had as much as 10% back, like up to a couple $100. So I would buy like big cards, or what I'd like to do sometimes is I buy boxes that I was going to rip personally anyway off of eBay, and then I'd get those bucks back with 10% versus 1, and then you can build it up, and you can get all the way up to, in an accrual period, $500 in eBay bucks. So if you're sitting here with $500 free, and you got a PC card that's $1,000, now all of a sudden you can buy that for $500. It's like, dang, that's pretty easy. But signing up is free. Just Google eBay bucks, and how to sign up is super easy. If you buy anything on eBay, you absolutely should do it. It's a no-brainer.
Hey, sorry to hop in real quick here, guys, but I just dropped in the chat so Mikey doesn't have to selflessly plug it. Click the link if you haven't watched it. Go watch the Haskins RPA plate. It's got 2 days left.
1 day and 24 hours. Yep, we're up to 235. So not bad. I was kind of hoping to jump more, but I don't know. It's going to be a good card for somebody. Everyone's doing it now. I'm like, oh, so it's got really quiet.
I did it already, so I don't have to.
I was gonna say I did it with my 3 different eBay accounts. So
yeah, Troy.
You have 3 different eBay accounts?
Yes.
And like
why?
10 Twitter accounts.
No, so
are you a show bidder, Brad? You like pro scene over here?
I'm not a show bidder, but I definitely do. If I know someone that posted something, not you guys, but I have a couple people that I know that I'll know that I'll bid under a separate account or a account that's not public or not my name, so that
they don't cancel
so
your
yes,
bid.
You are a show bidder.
I have 100% bidding or 100% feedback on all my.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and Troy, you're right. Is that one of the nice things is that when you have eBay bucks and then you get that promotional code, you know that if you were going to post something to sell, that's the time to get them up, because mid to high level card sales spike during those time periods because people are buying them to maximize the eBay bucks. So, I mean, when I buy $100 to $500 cards, it's always going to be in that window. So otherwise, I'll just sit there and watch it. If it sells before, it sells before, but I'll watch a card for a couple months until that promotion comes out, and then the second I get that code, I'm buying it. So it's a great time to sell too. That's kind of time the market there. Sean, are you an eBay guy? Do you do much on eBay?
Just mainly with my wrestling PC.
All right. So speaking of eBay, I guess not really eBay, but I got a message on Insta, so let's talk about it. Blockchain, especially now that it's not the fucking card with it, the flawless blockchain that's just some digital card. Someone reached out to me that someone in the crew said, "Hey, this guy's a Lions PC, and he hit a Barry blockchain, and they try to sell it to me." I'm like, bruh, like, nah, no, I mean, unless you're giving it to me for free, like, no offense, I'm not paying for a digital card that I can't get a.
But somebody out there will.
Oh no, fair enough.
There's a market for it. I'm with you. I'm just as like, I don't get it, but I mean, Topps has digital. Panini had Blitz and other digital products before. They wouldn't take time and invest in that if there was any reason why, if nobody did it. So I'm not a fan of it. It's not something that I find particularly awesome, but
I think Upper Deck is the best virtual one because you can actually get most of the cards.
Right. Yeah.
With Upper Deck
e-packs, I heard their e-pack program is insane, and I've seen people pull really cool cards.
It's phenomenal. When I was into hockey for a few years, I spent a lot of money on them. And the nice thing about it is, like, you don't get any of the base unless you get like 10 copies of that same base card. You upgrade it to a foil, and then you're able to ship it home. Yeah. Otherwise, you just leave the base on your account, and you can ship everything else to you, or you transfer it to your ComC account and then just sell it.
Yeah. Now I'm fine with that. Like when they did the original blockchain, at least you got a physical card with it. Like for me, I wouldn't do it with just a digital footprint. Just because, hell, if you want a digital footprint, I can create. I mean, I'll start selling digital BBB autos, and eBay 1-to-1 invest PSA 10 ? But
yeah. I think, the thing is like, from my perspective, I will never buy one of these because they just don't appeal to me. But as somebody who, like, I play a lot of video games, and I think that Panini doing this is brilliant because they know that there are people out there that will spend thousands of dollars on these cards, regardless of the fact if they're digital, because people do that in MLB The Show, Madden Ultimate Team, all of those kinds of games like today, right? And Panini knows too that the market for the hobby right now is so incredibly hot, and like that's the reason why these companies keep pumping out all these different products. Or you look at Topps, and like they started with Topps Now, and it was like a really cool thing. Like, cool, the game happened yesterday, I can have a card from it,
which is awesome.
the next day. And now they have like 50 on-demand products going, and it's like every day I get an email that they have a new on-demand product, and they just flooded the market because they know people will go after the stuff.
Yeah, so Ryan, like Brad's alluding to, the blockchain cards coming out of Flawless Football are literally just digital cards.
Yeah.
So it's an all digital product. Panini has made blockchain cards where you have a physical card as well as the digital footprint of the card too.
Right.
So, but yeah,
to Doug's point, like they didn't really use the term blockchain correctly.
No, it's just it's a buzzword. Like Doug was saying, it's a marketing term.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a marketing term. It's something hip. Yeah. I'm surprised there's not Gary V blockchain cards. There you go. With Invest and
I'll give Topps time. They got to catch up on that front. So
dude, they've already done the Gary V set. There'll be a Gary V.
You have the Gary V blockchain set because that is just essentially going to make the hobby explode.
People are going to lose their minds.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So same sort of thing. I don't get it, but there are some people that are like, if you like the pictures of the cards, and you think they look cool, and you can buy them for $5. I mean, here's an analogy I'll give you, which I think is interesting. Like my wife a couple months ago was bored, and she bought like virtual lottery tickets, which they sell through Michigan. So not quite the same, but it's like the same, sort of concept. Is that it's just this virtual lottery. I'm like, so wait, how do you just rub your finger and it scratch? I'm like, this makes no sense, but
No, you have to use a coin still.
You have to scratch it off like 150 points. No. Yeah, that's right, Troy. Is that once the flawless ones that live strictly digitally, Panini's trying to build an online marketplace where you can sell them and trade them and auction them off.
I'm sure for a eBay type auction fee, so they'll get the cutoff of that too.
Yeah. Hey, got it. Gypsy Queen didn't sell that well, so they got to make that up somehow.
It's top one.
Yeah, no Prizm dust. If there's no Prizm dust alone, that might make it worthwhile. So I'm reading up on Twitter now. What else is going on, chat room?
What are you guys doing? I mean, obviously, like we're all working in some fashion, and like I'm sure we're all watching a lot of TV and stuff. But I guess besides work, TV, and stuff you're doing with the hobby, like what are you guys doing to keep yourselves entertained right now?
I'm playing more video games than I've ever played in a long time.
Yeah, amen there. Been doing the same.
What else? So you obviously played the show, Josh. What else you got?
So I am also really big into out of the park baseball. I don't know if you heard of that, but it's a
simulator, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you love baseball simulation, it is the game you want to buy. So I play a lot of that. I've been dabbling a lot in the Division 2 again. That's a game that came out last year that I was pretty big into, and so they released the expansion not too long ago. So I've been dipping my toes in the water with that. The new Doom game, I've dabbled in that. Like I'm one of those people that I love video games, and for the most part, there are some exceptions to this rule, but I will buy a lot of new video games and pour like 5-10 hours in them and not finish them and then move on to the next one, because I am a monster.
So, you're a monster.
Has new video games come out? Like I just, in fact, sitting right next to me, I haven't played the original, but I just got this in the mail yesterday, actually, the Final Fantasy VII remake that just came out.
Yeah, the original's great.
I know I'm gonna open that and I'm gonna start the game and I'm gonna get like 5 hours in and something else is gonna come out and I'll never touch it again.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. So I used to do that all the flipping time. The only game that I would ever, or games I should say, that would ever invest more time than that, and it was sports games, right? The Maddens, the show. So fortunately, since I haven't been playing in a while, I just got the ex-wife got the PlayStation 4 somehow in the divorce, even though she never plays video games, but whatever.
She took that just to dig at you, Brad.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm super happy I wasn't in the hobby while we were married, because shit. But
my buddy who got divorced, Brad, called it the draft. He and his wife had the draft. With the first pick of the draft, the ex-wife takes the car.
So you joke about that, Mikey.
Oh, I know. That's legit.
Let me tell you about mediation, my friend. So on the Xbox I got Game Pass, so it's great because I pay like,
I have Game Pass too. Yeah.
$10 a month or $7 a month, and I can do that versus having to spend the $60 on a game. I download a game, I waste 10 hours on it, and the game I'm on right now though is State of Decay 2.
Oh, I've heard that's a lot of fun. Yeah,
it is. I mean, especially with a couple buddies, you play it online, but yeah, it's so that's why I've been. And then with I think Evan asked about it earlier. Someone asked about it earlier too. The NBA players playing 2K20. I actually got back into basketball, and it's actually kind of fun it's a fun game to play, and I'm kind of excited. 2K got NFL license again. So I'm kind of excited to see how that pushes. It's not a I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if you guys follow it or read much on it. So they can't do a simulation game,
right?
But But yeah, so we'll see. I don't know.
So they're
2K
gonna do
probably-
something like NFL Blitz, probably. Is my
Probably.
guess. That'll be the first game to come out. They also did do so. They can't do a simulation game like Madden, but they can do one like they did back in the day, where they. I don't know if anybody remembers NFL Head Coach.
Oh
where
yeah.
they act
Yeah, I
through the
remember
game.
that, yeah.
But you, yeah. So they can do games like that still.
Yeah,
That's
it's,
funny.
I
And
don't,
2K always made a much better product, in my opinion,
Yes,
than
they
Madden. I mean,
and I don't know about you, Sean, but I mean, like, I found that, breaking 3 times a week now, it's just, I mean, I've gotten no free time. I mean, I watch maybe an hour of television a week. Definitely, I'd love to play games. I don't have a chance to when I'm not, breaking or doing stuff for the business. Like I'm doing stuff with my daughter who's here, so obviously, I got to try to keep her education stuff going. Today was kind of nice out for a little while, so we went out. A big accomplishment in the Mikey B household. She rode a bike for the first time without training wheels, so that was really
cool.
cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that was cool. So we're going to continue to practice that, and hopefully the weather starts to get nicer, so we can get outside more. But yeah, I mean, we've gotten into a routine. I there's some things that I like about it. There's some things that I don't, but yeah, it's a lot of work. And when I do have those couple of hours, like when the girls are in bed, I'll plop down and maybe watch a movie, or like I have 1 or 2 shows I try to watch. We just finished up like some Netflix series and those types of things. That's really what I do to pass the time. And then other times, just because I love doing it, whether I'm the one doing it or watching it, is I'll just watch breaks. I just love watching product open. So even stuff that's not mine or whatever, I'll just watch a little bit and see what else is going out there and what other products people are opening and formats and stuff like that. And sometimes I just watch to see what cool cards get pulled.
Yeah.
What about you, Sean? I know you're working away. You got the weekends free now. What are you up to these days?
Yeah, I mean, outside of working Monday through Friday, I mean, I'm generally there until 7-ish, breaking live, and by the time I get home, I want to relax. I'm stepping into 100 packages plus. At least 2 out of the 5 days I was not used to. So mainly I'm just relaxing. If I've got any retail here to rip, I rip it. I just watch TV mainly. I'm one of the weird guys that I've obviously played video games, but I don't own a system, so I don't game.
Yeah, this is my video game system right here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Obviously I love to be outdoors. Like I said in the group chat before we hopped in here, I took advantage of the somewhat nice day and walked down the street, played some hoops. So I love to be outdoors. So when I can take advantage of that, I will.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the routines change when the weather really starts to get nice consistently. So I know that our routines are definitely going to change once everything gets a little more lax and people can start being social again, because the kiddo will be able to go to other people's houses and we can have people over and that kind of stuff too. So that will make a huge difference. But yeah, for the most part, we just try to we definitely stay busy. And I'm with you, Sean, man. As a one-man show, it is nuts trying to like get all the packages ready and stuff. There's so much that goes into it, and it's fun, isn't it? Sitting on a live stream for 8 hours and ripping, and it can be, but it is exhausting.
Honestly, the next days, like especially after Thursday nights when we're doing our new singles nights.
Yeah.
Hey, no advertising in the chat. Come on.
No, it's all good.
Cheap plug.
Which you can find at blah.com.
It's gotten a little bit crazier, and then the gaming side, they obviously gaming is a big part of our shop, so we haven't been able to have those guys in store, and they've been listing a lot of product on TCG, which is basically the gaming version of eBay. So the one downfall of that is it's not hooked up to our shipping thing, or where we have our other 3 major sites hooked up to. So I have to manually enter all their addresses. And, if I didn't have Tony packaging everything up, I'd probably be spending an 8-hour day packaging everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I Mondays are so horrendous because I'll put together 150 to 200 packages, and it's nice with the website because I can just go in there, put the package weight, and it prints it off with the thermal print
Yeah.
like in 2 seconds. But I'm almost to the point where I'm thinking about just stopping direct payments. We have a couple guys in the crew, and I don't mind that they do it. It's not the end of the world, but because they only buy direct, I can't pull shipping up through the website, so I got to manually enter everything in,
Yeah.
and the PayPal, when you're doing that, sometimes can be really finicky, and sometimes it's trouble. But I mean, it's not unrealistic that I get up at like 7:30 or whatever on a Monday, and between sorting everything Sunday to getting everything ready to pack to all stuff done, it will be either 10 or 11 at night, or it'll be into Tuesday. And I mean, that's work all day. It's nuts. So yeah, that is one of the reasons I miss you guys on Sunday, and why Sunday I'm really toning down the breaks, because I don't want to spend 5 hours in the morning getting the new breaks ready, getting the website ready, sorting, and then it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta package all this stuff.
I definitely feel your pain. I mean, like Friday nights, whatever I didn't get shipped out, then has to wait until Monday. But then we're also doing breaks on Friday night. So then that's waiting until Monday. And then you've got Friday night, Saturday, Sunday of all eBay, Amazon, and our website for more orders. So Mondays are pretty crazy. And then, like I said, Fridays after singles night is just, having to enter all of that in from TCG, and most of the time it's just one or two cards that, you team bag, you throw a couple pieces of cardboard around it and in a bubble mailer. But the fact that you have to do that and then manually enter the address, and then I'd say 50% of the time it doesn't like the address, then you gotta play with it and see, well,
yeah, exactly.
Is it supposed to be Avenue? Is it Avenue Southeast? What is it supposed to be? And that's so time consuming that if I didn't have another guy there packaging up everything while I'm typing in those shipping addresses, it wouldn't be possible.
I mean, Mikey, yeah, you could just completely, but you'd probably hit, because if you do PayPal through Shopify, it hits you with goods and services, doesn't it?
It takes a cut. It's similar to goods.
Yeah. So I mean, if you.
Yeah, I'm almost to the point though, Brad, where I'm like, having that lost
3 to 4% cut.
Having that lost revenue is well worth it, considering how easy it is to just, because I've got everything previewed, because the packages are so similar. That's like small mailer 3 ounces, big mailer 5 ounces, mini helmet size, jersey size, full helmet size. I select one of those, print, and it's done. So versus I got to find the address, copy and paste everything. And we're talking, I mean, listen, first world problems here, right? We're talking 3 seconds versus probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes to do it the other way. But when you multiply that over a lot, that's a lot of time. A lot of time.
I mean, yeah, I would say, I mean, just because you can do fillers through PayPal. So, I mean, yeah, just eliminate it, bud. It makes it that much easier. And
I don't mind it. It's really not an issue. Sometimes it's weird. Like, the other thing is I do that a lot with international orders, and then you got to fill out customs info and stuff like that. So it takes a little while too. So, but it's not a big deal. Like I said, the hardest part for me is what I do is the day after break day. Like, so all this morning is I sort everything, and then I put it all in one big 4-row in like basically alphabetical order. And then when I sit down and ship Monday, I've got Sunday stuff, Friday stuff, and Wednesday stuff, and then I combine them and then package everything. So it's a lot of time. There's probably a better way to do it. I just don't know how I can do it given the space limitations.
Can I make one suggestion, Mikey?
Yeah, always.
Don't pour water on it before you ship it.
Such an asshole, Brad. Hey, I won that case. We'll see how number 2 goes.
I was gonna say the first one, right?
Yeah, I won the first one, and then he came back to do a second one.
You opened another case?
He opened another case.
Wow.
After losing the first one. So, and basically my retort on the second one was, yeah, he
See
already
you, bro.
tried this and it didn't work, so why are we wasting our time? But
Yeah.
But now I got to wait another month, and it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it is and isn't. I mean, the principle of it is really what I'm fighting for. But the what the cost is that I think the total spot prices was around $70, give or take $70. But there's fees and stuff, so the chargeback is for like $250, and I'm like, F that guy. If it's one thing if it's like refund the spot prices. If it wasn't that much, I'd just do it just to have it go away or whatever. But since I know the guy fabricated the story, and I know that I would be charged outrageous fees, I'm like, I'm going down swinging, man. So if I lose, I lose, but it's not from lack of effort.
What does that mean? Because doesn't your website like guarantee delivery in 3 to 7 business days? I mean, you have stuff from like 3 weeks ago for me, bud. Can I dispute all those transactions?
I don't believe I have a guarantee of when you get your cards. No.
I'm kidding. I would never do that to you. I mean,
I got your berry as collateral, so.
Mikey's like, please charge back the prices and let me keep this.
That's fine. I can sell
actually,
that.
you probably. I mean, I probably have more value in there between some of those big cards, the Giannis Zebra and the Berry.
Well, and I felt bad because, back in this shelf right behind me, this bookshelf, it's full of product right now, but you can't see it. But the third row in it, right about where my thumb is, there is right now. It's all of your stuff, Brad. But a week ago, 2 shelves were occupied with all of Josh's stuff, all of your stuff, all of Babe's stuff, who broke a lot with me, and he's another local guy. So it got to the point where I'm like, I'm losing all my storage space for new product, and I've got all this new product coming in, and I was like, I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and send it to these guys. So everyone got their cards except you. You have to come. You have to come get them. It costs too damn much to ship that much product. You're coming over. I'll leave them in the driveway. You can park in the street, pick them up, and I'll stay 6 feet away.
You know where our drive-through tubes work. We can send it back and forth 82 times.
There you go.
Yeah, that's true.
We're gonna need all 3 lanes going for like 6 hours to get it back and forth.
Okay, so funny. I work at a bank. Funny banking story. Had this old lady come in the other day, and the day before we'd lost one of the drive-through tubes. Someone stole it because they got pissed off because I told them that we wouldn't cash their check. So this old lady comes in and she puts a check in and she sends it in. She's like, all right, I'd like to cash this. I'm like, there's nothing in here. And she's like, yeah, I put it in. I'm like, oh, I held up the tube. I'm like, there's literally nothing in here. So we go back and forth. We search through her car. We have her pull back, see if it fell under the car or whatnot. I'm like, did you literally like stick it in and have it go through? And she's like, no. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna send it back out. And when my coworkers go out and look at it, and she's like, my coworker's like, oh my God, you found it. Mind you, this is like 15 minutes later. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, oh no, you found it. Yeah, the lady that stole the tube apparently brought it back and stuck it in there, and we had 2 tubes in there.
Oh.
So I made this poor 86-year-old lady. I was basically calling her old and senile. I'm like, you need to go home and check because you didn't do this.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't really have any cool work stories like that. I'm sure Sean's got a bunch. Sean, give us a good legend story. You don't have to name names.
Sean, you could probably write a book, man. Just from some of the things you and I experienced there.
I mean, I don't even know where to start.
Yeah. These are usually where the conversations go after the
right.
This is a rabbit hole. Let's keep Sean employed. Hashtag keep Sean employed.
All right, that's fair.
But have you had something though, Sean, where somebody I watched a video the other day that I thought was really fun, interesting. It was like an antiques roadshow, and an old lady, husband has passed. found a box of cards, the usual spiel, right? And so she was showing them, and there was like the 52 mantle or whatever, and a couple of other really big cards in really, really good condition. Shawn, has anyone ever come to the shop with like something that they had like no idea what they had that was like grandiose, like mega huge?
I mean, there was one recently where they walked in, and I'm going through the stuff, and I'm like, man, there's Altuve update rookies and Goldschmidt update rookies, and I was like, man, this is a pretty decent collection, a lot of good rookie cards. And then I get into the box deeper, and there's more 2011 update that's signed, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna find a Trout in here that's signed or unsigned, and I'm like, this is gonna be a jackpot regardless. And Lou walks over to me and he's like, hey, what you looking at? I'm like, oh, this couple brought in a collection. And he's like, oh, 2011 update, where's the Trout? And they kind of nudged each other and started laughing. And I was like, yeah, so they have the Trout, but they want to see what we will offer for this stuff first. Yeah. So long story short, we offer on the lot, and then Lou's like, so are you gonna take the Trout out of your purse or pocket and let us look at it to offer on that? Or and sure enough, they unzipped their pocket here on their chest, and out came a Trout update, and they're like, oh yeah, we want $1,000 for it. I'm like, it's raw.
Yeah.
I'm like, no. I'm like, Lou's like, yeah, we can probably do 400. And then that's 600 total with the other stuff there.
Not bad for raw.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's gonna 10 PSA, but it's clean.
It's still a Trout update rookie. Like somebody will buy it.
Totally. Yeah, but it was just funny because they knew why they brought the collection in, and they pulled the best card and stuffed it in their pocket.
I'm sure you get so many people that come in and think like they're trying to pull a fast one on the card shop.
That's probably because they think every deal that you do is you're trying to pull a fast one on them. I had the same thing in the card business. Is all you card people are shysters, and you're not going to get me.
Right.
Happy Easter, Chris. Thanks, buddy.
See, Chris.
Yeah, have a good one, Chris.
Hey, Shawn, Shawn, do you know of a certain card shop owner that watches Mikey B streams after hours and hears things, or?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was responding to Evan. What did I miss there?
Evan, I am 3 hours away from Mikey, but I love him so much that I'm willing to drive over.
Like 5 minutes, really.
Yeah, I was gonna
nothing's 3 hours away unless
3 hours. 3 hours via bike, maybe.
Yeah, walking.
I mean, I don't really go on to your side of town too much, Brad. I'm like, last I checked, it wasn't 3 hours.
No, I was gonna say last time we both left Mikey's house, I followed you on the highway until you got off, and I got off the highway 5 minutes later.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's one of the nice things about living here is you're never really like more than 15 minutes apart from anything. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Jason goes, what are the odds? Talk to the NBA accounting whiz down there for the odds.
Well, I mean, if you take 4 people and let me take another one of my sugar-free Crystal Light and rum punch drinks, and I'll come up with some more bullshit.
That's a Zima. Be truthful.
It's I can't show you. Telling you, sugar-free or Crystal Light fruit punch with rum, amazing.
I can't have rum without Coke.
That's fair. So okay, so y'all B-dubs guys, how the do they go to Pepsi when you're at a bar? Rum and Pepsi is not the same as rum and Coke.
Because it's where high schoolers hang out, and all high schoolers drink
like
is Mountain Dew.
Yep.
I get it, but
hey, wait! I like Mountain Dew. What's that?
Sean inadvertently dropped the hottest take of the night.
No, I mean when everybody goes to that Buffalo Wild Wings in high school and they're like, yeah, can I get a Mountain Dew? And they're like, is Mellow Yellow okay? 90% of the people would say, Mellow Yellow, what's that?
Okay. Let's real talk though. Surge, best oranges green citrus drink ever.
That was good.
Yes. Okay, so for that particular category, yes.
Okay.
I would agree. I'm just
Is
gonna
that a
say
do,
it.
Sean? What are you
I actually
drinking there?
prefer Pepsi over Coke.
Sean, was that a do?
Yeah, it's sugar-free Baja Blast.
Yeah. Oh, they make Baja Blast sugar-free now?
Sugar-free
Oh,
Baja Blast? What
Sugar-free
is the
Baja
point?
Blast.
Is it? Oh, I'm
Wow.
bullshit. Let me see it.
It's the first year they've made it in cans. It came out last year.
Sugar free? Wow.
Wow.
It came out last year at Taco Bell. It's delicious. And then I found it this year in cans and bottles.
So I won't lie. The best thing about this, so every morning, the best thing about this diet is every morning I would go to Speedway and get a 44-ounce Mountain Dew. And I
call that breakfast too.
Oh, dude, seriously. No, sir, I would get Fat Boy Confessions. You know, I would get 2 sausage muffins and the 44-ounce Mountain Dew. And shit, if you want to know why I lost weight, it's because I mean I'm still fat. Don't get me wrong, but
dude, cutting out sodas. If you cut out soda, especially if you're drinking a lot of Mountain Dew, it's
Yeah.
I was at that point. I was a lot of regular Mountain Dew every day. I quit pop for probably 3-4 months and then found sugar-free.
Just
hey guys, I'm going to ask the chat if anyone else has any questions, and if not, I'll close out the chat and then we can keep going if you guys want.
All right.
We should
had like
Herbert in here.
30 people willing to listen to us for like 3+ hours.
We went 3 hours, man. That's pretty.
How many do we still have in? We still have 22 people in. Wow.
Yeah.
Justin Barr just came back. Well, Justin, we're just asking if there's any other questions.
So we can't leave Justin Barr.
Yeah,
Justin Barr. I just got a second wind.
We got Justina. How you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just hanging out. I mean, this it doesn't matter if there's 2 people in the chat. We're still gonna have the same combo.
So I mean, every week might be a little extreme, but we should maybe every other Saturday plan this until this thing goes away.
We can do something. I was talking to some folks about doing like some rotations and stuff, and yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind just having this call with you guys just to catch up with you guys. So regardless of if it's
hey, Josh and Sean, what do you think about doing this without Mikey?
It's the 3 card.
Well, the thing is Mikey bought
I have the
Zoom
account,
stuff,
so you can only have 40
one of us
minutes.
is gonna have to buy one.
Yeah, that's right.
If we want to do it without him.
Spend your own
Hey, Mikey, buddy. There's a certain Double B brothers that want me to go back to them if you don't want to give me your credentials.
Well, have fun with them.
Hey, Brad, you should probably get that Sanders from him first.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Brad, yeah, like this entire night, Brad, you've been making a lot of ploys here, but you're not really thinking about the fact that you don't have your card yet.
I know, shit.
You're also not thinking when you come to get your cards, I'm still holding that card. I'm going to hold that card for as long as possible.
I was gonna say, so Mikey and I, we were gonna get together on we're gonna get together earlier this week, and then again, part of it was me. I'm like, shit, Mikey's not really reaching out like he used to meet up for these cards. I mean,
hey, anytime you want to come here, that's fine. It's when I gotta travel, then it's like, yeah, no, you're not.
No, I get you, buddy. You're good, buddy.
That's all good. Man. That's all good. Hopefully, you'll be here sooner or later, man. I would love to do one of these. I'll tell you what would be really fun is kind of piggybacking on Sean and Josh, what you guys were doing on the gram. I think it'd be fun to set it up and just say, hey, everybody, why don't we take a night, and instead of just doing breaks, we'll do basically like a virtual card show and kind of do like in real-time trades, real-time sales and stuff like that of singles. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Just like those. Yeah.
I mean, I literally brought down like 1/10 of the collection tonight, and again, Josh, before we went on stream, I won't say behind those doors what's behind those doors, but I think there's, if you know Josh's address, he is no, I'm just kidding.
No. You can't get in the building anyway. It's there's plenty of codes.
We saw what's behind those doors, and it's about six cases of top loads.
Is it like Mikey, how you have to go through 8,000 armed guards and?
It's not that bad, but
jeez,
I mean, you gotta get through the gate.
I mean, that guard is not going to recognize any of us the next time we go to Mikey's house.
Oh,
it's going to be weird. It's going to be like the guard's not there.
Guys, I had to show like 4 forms of ID. I could open up an account and get like a government job more easily than I could get into Mikey B's compound.
I'm surprised the blood test came back.
You just got to get your passport stamped, man. That's what I did. They let me right in.
Oh, really? Yeah, so I have to get the Mikey B pre-screen testing?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's like
Josh has like TSA. He's got like TSA level clearance. So he can go in the fast lane and just come straight in. The rest of the guys
so here's actually a legitimate idea, and I don't know. Again, who knows? Hopefully this thing doesn't last this long. But you know how we did the optic break between us? I mean, what if we get a case and we break it over something like this?
Oh, do like box wars or pack wars?
Yeah, I mean, just for fun. Yes, you'd probably have to break it, or if you can get us all separately, I mean, we can break our own. But I mean, that might be fun in a four spotter like this.
Every one of us gets a Gypsy Queen box.
Like Fort Knox.
Everyone gets a Gypsy Queen box, and then we box for that. Take us 6 hours to open them.
It is. It's flipping. I mean, so all jokes aside, you know, we do have, you know, the jokes about Mikey's compound. One day I got out of work a little early. I was heading over to and I drove by and I don't think he was there or the kid was, you know. So I just drove down the road and literally like a quarter mile from Mikey's house, there are gated houses that you need to pull up and like ring a buzzer. So there ain't this is for real, Mikey.
Well, but our neighborhood's not like that. We're interesting. Grand Rapids is interesting. There's a couple of billionaires here, a couple of big companies housed here. So one of the billionaire families lives right behind our neighborhood. So their whole property is fence gated, guard tower, that kind of stuff. Then if you go down the street from ours to Brad's point, there's like one of the biggest, like I shouldn't say biggest, but one of the more expensive communities in the city is right there. But it's I mean, it's like night and day. I mean, our neighborhood slums compared to theirs, but yes, that one also is gated. Yes, but
Mikey's $3.2 million compound is slumming compared to their billionaires. I mean,
3 points. Yeah, right.
Hey, Mikey, have you had Taco Bell delivered there yet?
No, but you know what, Sean? We have Grubhubbed. More restaurants are doing it. We Grubhubbed Red Robin tonight for dinner, but I've not yet done Taco Bell.
We've done Little Caesars a couple times. Like we did Little Caesars last night.
Oh, I haven't had Little Caesars in a long time. That sounds really good.
I'm not lying, Sean. Now that you said that, I'll probably like tomorrow. I'll probably just get in the car and go get it. Oh, is that the Zion? Oh wow, that's dope. The hybrid bubble.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mikey, I think every Tuesday, at least the last 2 Tuesdays, they've given out a free Doritos Locos taco if you go through the drive-thru.
I'm in. I got my mask. I got my Perel in the car. I'm going to the Bell. Jason, what was your question? I'm sorry.
And it's one free per person in the car.
Oh, well, let's break some quarantine rules.
Yeah.
Jason wants to know if PJ Washington prices are worth, or PJ Washington cards are worth getting graded.
Anyone's named PJ Washington, you grade, you PSA 10, you invest, you question mark, you put on eBay, and you go.
You know, we talked about this earlier, Jason, about how some.
What more do you say?
Yeah, some of the NBA rookies are worth taking a flyer on. Washington could be one of them. He's not on a really good team, so I think that hurts definitely. But my guess is you could probably pick up his cards super cheap. It doesn't cost that much to grade if you're doing PSA and you don't mind waiting forever. And who knows? He could blow up in a year or two, and then it'd be worth it. And if he doesn't, then you're not out a ton. But yeah, we kind of mentioned it earlier in the stream. There's probably some other rookies that we would target before him, but yeah, you never know.
Ooh, says he's got a tie-dye to 25.
Again, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. Sit on every rookie card you have, unless it's an ungradable Zion or Ja.
Yep.
And I mean, when they hit a peak like Sekou did earlier, like Kobe did earlier.
Spikes for $25, then sell it.
Exactly. But eventually there will be a couple of these rookies, maybe only one, but there will be some rookie from this class that's not named Ja or Zion, that not a Hall of Famer necessarily, but that spikes, right? And when they do, their rookie cards will be worth something, and hopefully you have enough. And God, if we can pull a DMX and say a prayer right here. Please, God, let it be Nick Claxton.
Yeah.
If there's anything.
Retirement plan.
Please. Because if Nick Claxton ever, I will buy Mikey B Cards Incorporated.
It'll be Bradley B Cards. It'll be Mikey B Cards, a subsidiary of BBB Cards.
No, but sure. Mike, I've joked with Mikey about this. How great would it be if Mikey B and I merged and it was Mikey BBB Cards? Like, come on, guys.
That's a
like
fair point.
It's like the perfect combo.
It's a really good point, actually.
Michael wanted to know about our thoughts on 2020 Prizm draft picks retail getting bought up like it's basketball. I commented in the chat that I think a lot of people are just desperate to open stuff, and retail is a great price point. So that's why that's getting swooped up. I personally, Prizm draft picks to me probably has hit peak value. I don't see it going much higher. I think the only reason it's probably maintained is because Contenders draft picks isn't coming out yet.
Yep.
Because of the delay. But if Contenders draft picks was out right now, Prizm draft picks would be on the way down. And it is inevitable if you have Prizm draft picks cards that you're going to sell, get them out there. Get them below comps, sell it now, because they're never going to be worth as much as they are right now.
Yeah, and I think too, like there's I don't know, I get this vibe from Prizm football. I mean, in football in general this year, right? Like we're coming off of this huge basketball year where Zion had a lot of hype, and so all the collegiate projects the products, like they all dropped in price, but people are still picking them up because they're a cheaper shot at a nice Zion card. Mm-hmm. And I think people are looking at like this football class, and it's going to be hot. Like there's a lot of really good players in it. But I mean, if you look at Burrow and Tua and Chase Young and stuff like that, none of the three of those guys, I think, have anywhere near the same hype level as Zion. So I just don't think it's like the same.
And football in general never will. I mean, basketball being a more global sport, many more buyers. Basketball is always going to have higher values. I agree with Josh in that this year's football class is going to be strong. Several skill position players, 15 different receivers that could be big, multiple quarterbacks, a couple good running backs, a couple big defensive players. It's a great draft class. But in general, the collegiate product, it spikes about a week or two after launch. And then as soon as the next product comes out, it just drops. So collegiate draft picks basketball, to Josh's point, yes, there are people that just want to have a Zion rookie, and you can still get those relatively inexpensive. They're not worth a lot, but you can have a Zion rookie and not spend a lot. So people want to do that too. So whatever floats your boat. But if you're looking at how do I turn around and make the most out of my money? And I know Shawn feels really strong about this, is that it's not in collegiate product at all. Collegiate product, you're basically collecting because you want to flip right away, or like someone like myself, you want to PC some stuff because you have a favorite college and players are getting drafted out of that school.
So I haven't even looked. I mean, what's collegiate going on eBay right now?
Singles wise, or
no, the boxes like.
Oh, I'm sure the boxes are expensive because it's one of the only new products in the last month.
Yeah, I think the hobbies jumped up a good like $30-$40 in the last few days.
I'd love to know.
I mean, I believe they were 175 to 200-ish when I left work yesterday.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That is insane. Yeah, here, I got it pulled up.
I think 185
Hobby.
might be where we had it.
Blowout has Hobby Prizm draft picks at $225 a box.
Holy
Wow.
God.
That is wow. That's $120 box at most.
That's ridiculous.
That is crazy.
I mean, eBay. Yeah, eBay has the blasters and the hangers double the price of the retail. So, shit, you guys. I mean, if you go out to the stores and if they still have them out there, buy them, put them on eBay. I mean, you'll make a $10 profit per, $10 to $20 profit per.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, anything retail.
Mikey.
Yeah, it's all about the grind, man. A little bit of work and you can make a couple bucks.
I mean, I just don't know how long you're going to have the option to get retail either. So what is out there, you know, grab it and either rip it, or if you can make anything on eBay, put it up there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm at this point, I'm almost going to put up these Prizm blasters on BBBcards.com, just so you know.
Is that one of your three eBays?
Shameless plug. Josh, you got anything you want to shamelessly plug while we're doing this?
Yeah, not at the moment. I guess I'm not. Well,
when you think of it, just let me know.
No, I got a domain and Shopify account for 99 cents for like 3 months. So I'm like, whatever. I'll put up a damn website and put it on there. But
go for it. Drive traffic and
a website and 3 eBay accounts. All right.
There's a lot we don't know about, Bradley.
6 YouTube accounts.
Question mark?
Yeah.
If you ever see Mikey B with 6 thumbs down, you know who gave him all 6.
I thought you only have 3 accounts though.
eBay.
eBay. He's got 6 YouTubes.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. All right.
How many
all
Twitters?
of them modded up?
How many Twitters?
Does Mikey know?
There's one that's not modded that Mikey doesn't know about.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
No, I gotta find it. Has it been in the chat room recently?
Yes.
Like how recent? Like Sunday?
Since the quarantine.
Oh, wow, shoot, that could be. There's a lot of new people in there, man. I don't know. Oof. Wow, that's a good one though. The thing is that if Brad acts like he normally does, I'll know right away.
Exactly.
So you have to use that name and act completely differently.
Yeah,
as soon
you're
as
gonna have to be a little bit more
comes in and
covert
starts
now.
giving me shit, I'll be like, Brad, you change your name again. Jason wants to know your eBay. Drop it in the chat, Brad.
So all my primary things, so things that I sell things on or things that I'm doing, is all BBB cards. I try to make it pretty simple, pretty consistent across the board. I do have a couple as Josh likes to say, I'm not trying to, do shady things, but I sell a couple of things on, or I'll bid a couple of things on non-BBB cards account, but that's just so I might not draw attention to myself.
We just have Brad recorded that he does shady illegal activities.
Whatever you want.
This is going to be Exhibit A in your court case.
Former cases, and he doesn't want us to know about them.
Have a good night, Justin.
See you, buddy.
See you, Justin.
Do I sell a lot of stuff on eBay? I put a lot of high end, and by high end I mean around $500 to $1,000 cards on
like
eBay.
Go-Go rookies.
That I just let sit there and wait. Any of my non-big stuff I put on Twitter, and speaking of which, if anyone wants a, was it a two? Was it no? It wasn't a Tua. What was that on 101 you hit me that I'm trying to sell on? I don't even know.
I know, Odd Leaf Metal?
Yeah.
I don't know. We've opened so much of that. I have no idea. They're all running together.
I've seen you tweet about it a couple times over the last 2 days,
wasn't it?
but it was Leaf, so I ignored you.
Yeah. It's. I don't blame you.
Was it From or
Jalen
Hertz?
No, it was
Hertz.
decent. Hertz. Yeah,
Wait,
Hertz.
Justin had Hertz.
Yeah. Hertz Black 1 of 1. for sale. And truthfully, I mean, make me an offer. I just relisted at 200 today. Make me an offer. I'll probably bite on under 200.
$1.50.
$1.50.
I'll give you a $3.50.
I have a 150 offer in the bag right now that I'm
Take
waiting.
it.
So. I mean, I probably will, but
Brad, I will give you this Goga card.
sold.
Done.
Winner.
That's fancy
Is that
looking,
out of
Sean. What
choice?
is that? That's not a base, is it?
Yeah, it was out of Donner's choice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, I never heard how you did on your box.
It was shit.
Really?
I mean, I love the product, but I hate the fact that I got 2 Dominators autos. And I've seen boxes like that, but I think this product, in all honesty,
What is it, Sean? Hold it
hand-collated.
up. Hold it up. What is it?
What?
What's the product?
Donruss Choice.
This year?
It's basically Donruss Optic Choice, but just Donruss.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's really
RBI Crew
RBI
7
been
rips a
breaking a
shit
ton.
ton of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I love the product, but there's boxes where there's 2 Dominators autos, but then there's usually some good rookies. And I think the product is all hand collated. And I think they overvalued my one of my autos, because my other auto is like a $1 card. My auto is Trey Young.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean,
It's a $40 card.
how
How much
was
is the box, Sean? Yeah, I'm sorry if you said it already.
$250.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
My other auto was Cliff Hagan. Never heard of the dude. It sells for like $1 on eBay.
Wow.
It's like hitting a Wally
I got-
Zerbiak.
I got 2 out of 99 parallels, Harry Giles and Kevon Looney. A out of 35 Huter. And then my rookies were Jalen McDaniels, Ty Jerome, Tremont Waters, Goga, and Admiral Schofield.
Ouch.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a very bad
That's
box.
by far the worst choice box I've heard of.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I mean, I got it with the 15% off coupon on eBay, so I paid around like $230 for it.
Sounds like it'd be fun to rip. How many packs is
What's
there,
the
Sean?
last opening
It's just
day
10
box?
cards.
Mikey, it's 1 pack, it's 10 cards, it's 3 numbered cards, 2 autographs, and 5 rookies.
Man, that's my kind of break right there.
Yeah, I mean, David Adams has it. For a while, it was only RBI Crew that had it.
Yeah.
And I don't know where they got it from.
Clayton
But
has it. IndyCard Exchange has it.
Well, that means it came from GTS.
Ultimate Breaks has it.
Probably came from GTS or Southern. So
I don't know.
Yeah,
Lou
but
couldn't find
you
it
get a
when
case, it probably
GTS.
do well break wise.
I've never heard of it until you talked about it. It sounds awesome.
Yeah, I told Lou about it like a month ago, and he couldn't find it with GTS.
Yeah.
I would love. Hey, Sean, let me know if you guys get any Chinese Revolution in. I know it went kind of crazy about 4 to 6 weeks ago, but yeah, let me know if you guys get any in, because I want to rip a box of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I tried to get some, Brad. They don't have. They have normal Revolution, but they don't have the Chinese.
So undervalued basketball of the year, I think it's normal Revolution. On card rookie autos. I mean, I got a job out of that auto.
Yeah.
That's on
I
card.
mean, I wanted to do a big basketball mixer for next week, and I still want to do it because I have a really cool giveaway that I want to add to it. But to do anything that's more than like 3 or 4 boxes, spot prices. I mean, it's just Prizm's so damn expensive. So I'm like, do we not do Prizm and then do a mix of like Revolution and Origins and Absolute, these middle level products? And I just don't know if that's gonna be that popular, or even if you try to get multiple years, even some of the older stuff is super expensive.
Revolution is one of my favorite products every year.
They're shiny as hell. It's a fun. It's a cool product to break.
Well, I remember. I mean, when it came out, I know you weren't that high on it, Mikey. But then it started. A couple things came out, and
Mikey didn't know what it was.
That's
Yeah.
very true. That's exactly true. I didn't know what it was, and when we ripped it, I was like, "Oh, this isn't bad." And then by the time I realized, "Oh, this isn't bad," it jumped way up high, expensive wise. And then I was like, "Well, it's not bad, but it's bad at that price."
I mean, Revolution, isn't that bad? It's low hundreds, so I mean, it's For basketball, it's really not that bad.
Basketball this year, I mean, considering like you said, the on-card autos, the parallels in it, like for the price point, it's pretty good this year.
Yeah. Oh, hey, guess. Oh, Brad. Blowout has Revolution New Year.
Get it?
Yeah,
Should I
that's
get
where I
it?
got
I'll pick
my
some up.
box.
I'll pick some up, dude, for Wednesday.
Okay.
I'll pick up a couple for the basketball mixer, and then
Give me
I'll
a
grab one
personal.
or two for you. Yeah, I could probably get it a little cheaper for you. And
Okay.
then Sean, they also have the Donner's Choice basketball box.
Yeah.
Oh, Blowout does?
Yeah, $249.
So
Yeah,
choice,
that's what DA
choice,
does.
is that literally optic choice? Is it the Asia version, basically?
The Donruss?
No,
Yeah.
it just literally
Pretty
says
much.
Donner's Choice. This has to be what he was talking about.
Like-
10 cards, 2 autos.
This as an autograph looks so beautiful, but the fact that I got 2 Dominators stickers autos,
Yeah.
I mean, worst box by far.
So you can also
Show-
get next
show
day
me one.
autos.
Let me.
Yeah,
let me
next day
see one
autos
up
would be
here.
tight.
Show me the parallel. What does the parallel look like? I mean,
So that's a base card.
Like the Escher squares, right?
Oh, the
Oh,
extra
okay.
square. Yeah,
Okay.
that's cool.
Yeah, Ryan RBI Crew had a box with 2 next day autos as the autos.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was like Ja and Poole, right? Were the
Yeah, I
autos.
think so.
Wow.
That's a blue to 35.
Because
Brad.
those next days
Wow.
are huge.
I mean, those. I mean, yeah, those look sick. Do they have zebra variations in just normal Donruss or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
so, actually, this would be really fun to break. I mean, you can't get Prizm retail boxes are like 280, 290, and I mean that's one shit auto and whatever. I mean, it'd be fun to do a mix of Donner's Choice, Revolution, throw 1 or 2 cheap boxes of like Origins in there, and then maybe throw like a Prizm box in there just to have something a little more higher end. That'd be fun. But I've got
Just for the record.
every mixer break that I'm doing on Wednesday for the birthday breaks, I'm adding like a cool giveaway into it. So, but the one that I have for basketball is huge. So I definitely want to do a basketball break. I just don't know what to rip. So, and I don't have anything. So I got to order it one way or the other.
He's giving away a Zion silver.
Yeah, sure.
Giving away that Ja.
Spot
auto.
prices are going to be a little
Not
pricey.
bad.
That's literally the one card I do not have. That just I have Ja silvers, I have Zion and Ja autos, but I do not have a Zion silver.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to get a Zion auto somewhere down the line. I have the one Ja auto, but it'd be nice to have a Zion one.
What was
Did
your
you
What was
have
your
a Zion
Ja?
auto yet? Come on.
Was that?
I said
What
you
you
don't
got?
have a Zion auto
My
yet?
Ja auto was out of first off the line, Prizm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like it's out of 25, and then I had it graded. It's a 9, 5, 10. It's
Nice.
disgusting.
Yeah, so I have the Crown. Well, I'm still waiting on it, but I have that Crown auto that you pulled for me, and I have a Ja auto on Revolution on card.
That's pretty sweet.
And then I have this.
Josh, your auto's still in redemption, right? You didn't get that yet. Your Zion auto.
I sold the redemption.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
That's right.
I have that. I have the college one out of 5 still.
That's
I
pretty
haven't sold that, but
That's an on card, right? Right.
no sticker.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Was it draft picks or what was it?
Yeah, it was out of contenders draft.
Yeah, thanks by the way of talking me out of buying that 1-of-1 on card contenders draft picks of Zion. When the guy offered it for a couple hundred and then later sold on eBay for like 4 times that. It's like, damn it!
I don't remember you saying it was only a couple hundred at the time. I thought it was like
No
700
way.
or 800.
I think he wanted like 7 for it, somewhere in that realm. And I was like, I don't know. I know it's collegiate, even though it is a 1-of-1 or whatever. Someone bought it, posted it to eBay like a week later, and then sold it for like $1,800. And I was like, God damn. It was a cool card.
I still stand by my judgment there.
Oh, I don't blame you, man. I want a Zion auto, just not a collegiate one.
All right, guys. Do you guys do subscription boxes?
I used to,
Josh
but
I
used
used to.
If so, who's your favorite?
If you're gonna do a sub box, I would go with Brothers and Cards. They're the big
That's
one.
fair. So I do their so first Tuesday or second Tuesday of every month. They do the if you sub, you get an extra card with it.
Yeah, the Blitz or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mikey. I don't like to talk about other cards, but
No, it's fine. It's, they're good. I mean, I would have recommended Brothers and Cards or what's the other one, Josh? Boombox or something.
Boombox, yeah. Boombox is pretty popular.
I've done a few.
Used to be around, but they folded. There's not a bunch of companies that do sub boxes, and
they actually. So I got a Baker second year, but Baker out of 5 out of Elite out of my Brothers and Cards.
I mean, Brothers and Cards is where I got the Zion auto out of 5, and then also where I got. Hold on, I got it somewhere over here. Maybe. Yeah, it's where I got the Alonzo gold that ended up getting a 9. But
that's sick.
Also, so you did their one of their baseball ones when they first came out.
I used to do all 3 sports.
Wow.
And then I just
wow.
And then I just
I'm so happy I'm not at Mikey to hear that shit every
day. Sorry.
So I mean, like, I think Brothers and Cards has a really good product. I think I just learned over time, like, it just wasn't for me personally. I would rather take the money and like buy a box or packs that I know what products I'm getting. I think they have a really good idea, and like those guys do a really good job. I have all the respect for them in the world, and obviously I've gotten some monster stuff from them. It's just I decided, instead of spending that $240 with them to potentially get some decent packs and then subsequently potentially get some good cards out of that, I would rather just redirect that toward something where I have a little bit more like knowledge of what I'm getting. That was it for me.
So 1 month I had 2 or 3 NBA subs with them, and I got 3 hobby Prizm packs in one of my boxes.
That's strong.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But that's the thing. You gotta win the randomizer to get the big packs. Then you gotta get something in the big packs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
absolutely. But like,
for people that don't have regular access to other means, they do a great job. First off, they're 2 of the nicest guys in the world.
Oh yeah.
Love what they stand for. They've got great messages. Very, very nice guys. There's a lot of people that love them. I'm with Josh. It's not for me, but I know a lot of people that absolutely love them and get all their products. And yeah, you're putting that much product. It's just like, when we break 4 cases, you're going to see some good cards. Same thing. They sell hundreds of these boxes. There's going to be some good cards that come out of them. So, it can be fun to have stuff delivered right to you and rip. For the convenience, it's pretty nice, but now, I'm like Josh. If I'm going to spend $250 on random packs, I'd rather know exactly what I'm getting or buy exactly what I want, and just do it that way versus being at the mercy of a randomizer and getting lower level stuff that I wouldn't normally rip.
Yeah. So Josh, Shawn. So I got 4 boxes of opening day, and I've only opened 2 of them. What am I? Besides the short prints and variations, am I looking for anything else?
If you hit an auto out of one, it depends on the player, but those are really hard to hit.
Okay.
Otherwise,
same with relics.
Yeah, relics.
The relics don't sell. Unless it's something sweet, but
like the mascots aren't anything.
No.
Okay.
No, not really. If you get the whole set of them, I think you can probably get like a 10 or 20 spot for them. But
so just rookies. Are rookies worth anything more than Series 1?
They're worth less.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you get, like I said, like that Jordan variation, that's a $80 card that I pulled. So like there are like the, they're really hard to hit, but there's the, rare handful of cards in there that, will get you a decent return for your box price. But ultimately, I just think opening day is a lot of fun this year because the rookie class is so strong with Series 1, and they translate all of those players over to opening day.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I got 4 boxes for $80, so I'm like,
Yeah, fun rip. Yeah.
Ton of cards for $80 and whatever.
Yeah, do a break
Yeah,
of that.
plus
It'll
I
take
like
2
the,
hours, another hour to sort.
Yeah. Well, and Target does the exclusive red foils of those, which just look beautiful. I love those. In fact, I traded Bichette to Sean as part of our big deal that we did. And like, I'm happy that you have it, Sean, because I know you really wanted that. But part of me wants to go buy another one just because there's such nice looking cards.
You mean that?
Like I love that blue foil flat opening day. Like,
Yeah.
That's cool. Those are both cool.
you know.
So Sean, do you want to sell me one of your Acuna PSAs so I don't have to buy one on eBay? Are you selling them?
Maybe, yeah.
All right, DM me or text me a price.
Okay.
10% higher than eBay comps, Sean.
Yeah.
Then I'll buy it there. I mean, if you don't want to sell it, you don't have to sell it. But I kind of want to buy one. I'm in the mood to buy one, and I got a little dough in the card budget. So
Okay.
yeah,
I'll let you know.
PSA 10.
So one more topic. What do you guys think? Jared Stidham. Sell right now or
Sell.
or-
Future GOAT.
I don't know.
Sell.
well, now?
So he's at best a 1-year quarterback. That's even if he starts.
He's absolutely a bridge year quarterback.
Yeah, they are either gonna draft a new QB this year, or they're gonna get one next year with their stockpile of picks, or they're gonna bring in a more seasoned pro. Like I don't even know if Stidham's gonna start this year.
No, I mean, I was gonna say with Hoyer there, they might just start Hoyer.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. They might because they realize Hoyer sucks more. And that way they could lose more games, and they could get closer to drafting Trevor Lawrence, which would just be the worst thing.
If I were them, and again, because they're trying to entice Belichick to stay longer, and they realize that if they tank for what's his name,
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence, yeah. Who's the kid from remember the Titans?
Sunshine,
yeah. They tank for Sunshine. Belichick's gone. So, you know, I almost see them playing Stidham, hoping that Stidham. I mean, I truthfully believe Brady's a system quarterback. And I think it's been proven with some of their backups when, I mean, even Brissett, right? You know,
and we're going to find out.
I don't want to.
We are going to find out.
Yeah, I don't want to talk shit about a Colts quarterback, right, Mikey? But even Brissett.
Apparently, he's not my quarterback. You know.
Yeah,
And
but
the one that we got, I don't like either.
Yeah.
Hey, Mikey, I got a
Rivers
Rivers cold out of Prizm if you want it, buddy.
No, I don't know. I got to jump on a bandwagon of another team because there's no way in hell I could rip Phillip Rivers.
God, I'm so excited for Rivers to bring the Colts to the NFC South championship this year and have Mikey just fucking eat crow.
Well, I mean, I look at it this way. Rivers is not a bad quarterback just by the numbers and stuff, and he's going to have the best offensive line he's ever had. I don't know how many weapons he has, but he's certainly not going to have receiving cores like he did in LA. But I mean, he could be good. They could definitely be a playoff team. But he's 1 year, and if he has a good year, they'll franchise him and give him a second year, and then he's done. So,
but I mean,
I just don't like him as a person because he's a douche. So I just can't root for the guy. He's whiny. You know,
how many
he's such an
kids does he have
asshole.
now?
I just don't like him.
13.
All the kids. Literally all of them.
So I
And
mean,
he's got 900
but look at quarterbacks. Look at NFL quarterbacks in history. Receiving core, yes, it can help. It certainly can. I mean, Stafford with Calvin, you know, was definitely good. But offensive line and running game, you don't need a great receiving core if you have more time in the pocket. That guys that can be a little bit more elusive down the field can pick up. And again, if they coach smart and they run short patterns and they get a decent slot receiver who can Wes Welker-esque or, you know, Danny Amendola-esque and run underneath, pick up 6 yards a pass. But
the thing that we have going for us is that the rest of our division is shit. So,
Well, I mean, the thing you have going for you is you have fucking Bill Belichick, who's the dumbest. I mean,
Bill O'Brien? Yeah, Bill O'Brien's
does
pretty
this
good.
guy have a job?
I think it's great he's in our division.
Seriously. So in the deepest wide receiver draft in history, you trade a I mean, first of all, let's just ignore the fact that you compare your potentially Hall of Fame wide receiver to Aaron Hernandez, a murderer and everything. So let's just ignore that fact and that you have to trade him for potentially washed up. I mean, I think Johnson can be something, but let's just ignore that whole thing.
Yeah,
but then you trade a second rounder for Brandon Cooks, who will play, I will bet money, no more than half the season because he can't stay unconcussed for so long.
I bet Brandon Cooks gets 99 yards in his first game. Cooks for 99.
I mean, and if you look at the Texans receiving core right now, so Cooks number 2 or number 3, Fuller number 2 or number 3.
And Will Fuller can never stay healthy.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, and this is coming from a Notre Dame fan, right? But he's a great slot guy or a great second guy. You look at Kenny Stills, number 2 and number 3 receiver. So they have a litany of number 2 and number 3 receivers, which are going to be great. And the good news for them is none of them are going to be healthy for the full season. So between the 3 or 4 that they have as number 2 and number 3 receivers, they'll get a full season's worth. But they're going to need to almost trade up in the draft to draft a Judy or I mean, I don't even want to say
they're not getting one of the premier guys.
I don't even want to say a CD out of Oklahoma because CD is that same mold, right? So you need a big guy that could be a number 1, but you don't have them. So
you know who I could kind of see going to the Texans because I don't think he's going to be a first rounder is Claypool.
I mean, that's fair. He's a big guy, and no, I mean, I think that's definitely a good. But can he really?
He came on at Notre Dame in his final season. I think he's got a solid potential at being an above average wide receiver.
And I would love to see a Notre Dame receiver go to a crappy team and not have success the rest of their career.
Hey, I mean, Will Fuller's already a Texan, so
that's true.
So again, I still won't forget. I'm a big Michigan fan. I still won't forget I met up with a friend, I'll say, at the Michigan State Notre Dame game, and I've never been so excited to see Golden Tate go batshit crazy on a Michigan team.
That when he ran into the marching band there, that's probably my all-time.
That was funny.
So
how about the Lions? Mike wants to know in the chat what the Lions should do for draft.
So Mikey is a huge proponent that Washington will do nothing. 0% chance that Washington does anything except for draft Chase Young.
I would bet my house that it goes Burrow, Chase Young 1-2. After that, I have no idea. But.
So Burrow's number 1 without a doubt. Chase Young. Now I'll give you. I think he's a 75% chance number 2, but I think
75. Wow.
Well, here's why. If Washington picks at number 2, it's 100% chance.
They're not trading that pick.
I don't know if they'll pick at number 2. So if they don't pick at number 2 and the team trades up and drafts Tua at 2, which
could happen, but I don't.
Well, Mikey, look at Chicago and what they did. They traded up to draft Trubisky, for God's sakes.
Yeah, that worked out well for him.
Well, no, exactly, but teams do dumb shit for quarterbacks. So
speaking of that, so there's a rumor, I'm sure you guys have heard that Miami really wants to trade up to number 1.
Yeah,
because they like Burrow. So what do you think it would take for the Bengals to move that pick to the Dolphins?
So Miami has what?
Miami has like 13 picks.
Pittsburgh's 1-2 from the Fitzpatrick trade.
Yeah.
So I think it would take both ones this year, a 1 next year, and a 2 to get the 1.
I think it would take all their first and second round picks of the next 2 years and probably an additional late round pick next year.
Potentially.
At a minimum.
What's
And it would be
right now, they're
Cincinnati
7,
to do the
right?
most Bengals thing ever, which is pass up Burrow and trade.
But real talk. I mean, does Burrow change the Bengals forever? I don't know if he does.
He could.
Burrow,
Who knows?
because the Bengals have so many holes.
They suck. They do suck. Yeah.
So I mean, if you can get 5 top 2-round picks in the next 2 years, I mean,
I think the Bengals, honestly. So I agree with Mikey. Like, so their 2 firsts this year, probably their second this year, their first next year, and their second next year. But I also think that Cincinnati would ask for their first the year after that too.
They might ask for it. I mean, I'm sure they'll ask for it. Do they settle? You know, you look at the Saints in Miami back in the day with the Ricky Williams trade, right? You know, you look at a couple of these other big trades. What does Miami have right now? Are they 7?
Miami's 5.
Miami's 5. So I mean, you know, they're only Cincinnati's only trading down 4 spots, and they still get an elite quarterback at that spot. I mean, even if they get,
how do you know?
Ooh,
I don't
do
know
they
that.
though?
Tua and Herbert could be gone at 5.
Yeah, Tua and Herbert are going to be gone by number 5.
That's where you pick Love.
Yeah, but you could get Love late in the first.
No, but hold on. That's the point. So if you're at 5 and it goes Burrow, Tua, Herbert before you at 5, you trade down and you get 2 more picks, and you get Love in the mid-teens.
Would you rather have Jordan Love or Joe Burrow?
Okay. If we're going purely off of those guys, Joe Burrow. But would you rather have Joe Burrow, or would you rather have Jordan Love and 6 more first or second round picks over the next 2 years?
Everybody's hyped off of Joe Burrow's 1 successful season in college. I want to see what he does at the pros. I'll take Jordan Love.
I'll do Jordan Love in 6 picks without a doubt. Because and don't get me wrong. I mean, Jordan Love, if you look at the seasons at Nebraska, I mean, he reminds you a lot of Josh Allen in the fact that he wasn't super accurate. He definitely had some interception problems and some incompletion problems, and he really only had 1 successful year. But that being said, if you look at, I mean, if this was just a team, if Cincinnati was just a team that had been successful for a while, and then all of a sudden they stumbled and they had a number 1 pick because they went 1 in 15. Okay, cool. But Cincinnati is a ferocious team and has multiple holes to fill.
Burrow is the most clear number 1 draft pick since Andrew Luck. Period.
Okay, cool. Would you, if you knew where Luck would be in 5 years, would you still take Luck?
Nobody knows that. Any number 1 pick could be out of the league in a year. I'm just saying, Burrow's going to go number 1, and I don't. If Cincy trades that pick, the coach is going to get can't.
I mean, as a CMU alum, I'm a little offended that you forgot Eric Fisher and how locked in he was at number 1 for the Chiefs.
Yeah, but that's alignment.
Yeah, but that was a longer time ago than Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
What? Fisher was
Fisher was a year after Luck, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah, but Tua isn't healthy, Dave. That's my point. Yeah. So I mean,
I don't think Tua's a clear number 1. Even if he doesn't get hurt.
I don't know if he is.
I think the season that Burrow had, I think it puts him at number 1 regardless. But if the Bengals decide to trade it, you never know.
What Burrow did against NFL caliber defenses is way more impressive than any other quarterback performance. I don't care if he only played 1. There's a lot of quarterbacks that only played 1 year that came out and then did well. But It's always going to be a risk when you're taking a QB number 1 overall. There's plenty of crappy ones to good ones. But in my mind, Burrow is the most no-brainer number 1. And if Cincinnati trades out and doesn't take... I think the only reason they trade out is if Burrow flat out says, I'm not playing for you. Like he pulls a Manning. And
so I got a question. Would you guys rather have, based on what we know right now, would you guys rather have Burrow or Trevor Lawrence?
Lawrence.
Straight up? Straight up.
Yep.
Like no picks. I'll take Burrow.
Nope. Lawrence.
Over
Lawrence is the
Lawrence?
best QB prospect since Luck.
The
since
way
Peyton,
he
since
makes
Dan
throwing the
Marino.
ball
I mean,
look effortless.
yeah. Trevor Lawrence is going. I mean, teams are absolutely going to shit this year to try to get him if they need a quarterback.
I'll make you a futures bet, Mikey. I'll make you a futures bet, $100 right
Can
now.
I bet the Barry?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure, I'll make you a futures bet right now. I mean, if I'm putting up the Barry, you got to put up a similar card.
All right,
I'll
I'll put up the
I
Hawk
think that's
swoosh.
Zion 9 silver.
I'll put up the Hawk swoosh.
So I bet you that the top 2 picks this year and the top 1 pick next year is not Burrow, Chase Young, and then Lawrence number 1 next year. I'll bet you that right now.
So you're saying my side would be it has to go Burrow, Chase Young, and next year it's got to be Lawrence number 1.
Jordan Lawrence number 1 next year.
Okay, I'll take your money. Because I don't. Yeah.
Well, here's my thoughts, and I'll talk through. I normally when I'm talking a bet through, I normally don't talk through my side of it, but I'll talk through my side. Number 1, I don't think Chase Young is a clear cut number 2 this year. Not from a talent perspective. I actually think Chase Young is the number 1 prospect in the entire draft. I think he should go number 1.
Brad, how much rum is in your drink, dude?
Yeah, you are.
Dude, I honestly agree with that. If this weren't a quarterback-heavy draft class, Chase Young would go number 1.
Exactly.
But it is a quarterback-heavy draft class, so Burrow's going to go number 1 and Chase Young number 2.
Obviously, Burrow's going to go number 1.
That's fine. I'm not saying that Burrow won't or that Chase Young will go number 1. I'm just saying, in general, I think Chase Young is the number 1 prospect overall this year. But let's take that aside. I think there's a decent enough chance that Washington trades number 2 this year and that a quarterback goes number 2. Or you also have to factor in Lawrence stays healthy all year next year. You also have to factor in that no one comes out of the woodwork next year to challenge Chase or Lawrence next year. Yeah. So I mean, there's so many factors in with that.
If Lawrence was able, if he could have come out 2 years ago, he would have been the slam dunk number 1 pick. If he would have came out this year, if he was eligible to come out this year, he'd be a slam dunk number 1 pick, way over Burrow.
Okay, Mikey, let me ask you.
Next year, he has so much tape and so much talent. He's going to be number 1 next year unless he gets crippled in some game.
Mikey, let me ask you.
This year, it's Burrow number 1, regardless if Lawrence was in the draft. After the season he had.
Mikey, let me ask you. So let's rewind to week. What week did Tua get hurt? Week 7, week 8 this year.
Sure.
So let's rewind to week 6. Who's number 1 pick at week 6?
Tua.
Point of case.
Yeah, but did Tua enter the season as the number 1 overall prospect? No.
Yep.
Okay, who was the number 1 overall prospect in the season? Was it Burrow? No.
It wasn't Burrow.
Burrow came out of the woodwork.
Burrow?
That's my whole point right there, is the fact that even if Lawrence is the number 1 prospect right now, ultimately speaking, we have to assume that number 1, he has a successful season, stays healthy all year. Number 2, he has to go in, he has to out-compete everyone else like the Burrows who might come into the year. So,
I mean, there's a lot of logic in your point, but if we compare the hype level of Lawrence to Tua, Lawrence is way higher.
Way higher
than Tua. So I don't think this particular situation is analogous. I agree with Mikey. Unless Lawrence gets crippled next year, he's going number 1.
And that's fair. But
here's the thing, Brad. If I took your bet, and I don't want to steal your money. If I took your bet, the only way I feel I'd lose that bet is if one of the 2 teams this year does something stupid, which I don't think is going to happen. I think it's going to go Burrow and Young because it addresses the biggest need on both teams. And then I think Lawrence is a slam dunk number 1. So unless Washington does something weird or Cincy does something Cincinnati, I think that's a slam dunk.
I mean, okay, that's fair. I will
Just
bet.
my opinion.
I mean, it sounds like Sean's the most on my side, so as Sean really wants to take it, but I will bet any of the three of you on this chat $100 straight up right now.
Well, gambling's illegal in Bushwood, and I never slice. We'll do a gentleman's wager. We'll do like a Dubs dinner.
Yeah. Well, no, we can do. Yeah, we can. I mean, we can just call it straight up.
I'll tell you what, Brad. Here's what I will do. I'll bet you a B-Dubs dinner because we're not going anywhere before the draft. So when we can all meet up socially, I'll bet a B-Dubs dinner that it goes Burrow, Chase Young 1-2 this year, just this year.
Okay, so I'm taking the bad side of the bet because I'm only putting the odds at anywhere from 18 to 25% that it doesn't go 1-2 there. That's why I'm adding the Lawrence.
There's a reason why he parlayed there, kind of.
Exactly. No, exactly, and that's fair. I mean, whatever. I'll take that bet just because, Mikey. I'll buy you a dinner because you're a good guy, anyways. But I'll take that bet for the slim chance that I potentially win it, anyways. But no, I think the Lawrence for me, the Lawrence is the X factor in this.
I will tell you guys. I'll tell you guys this much. There's just so little on TV sports related. I'm so hyped for the draft. I'm not breaking that Friday. I'm not, because there's no way in hell that I'll be able to pay attention. Like, I'm going to shut down, sit on the couch, and freaking watch all Thursday and all Friday.
We should do a Zoom watch party for the draft.
That's a great idea.
Absolutely. Let's do this.
That's a great idea.
The only reason I will not do this watch party for the draft is because every year I'm with my nephew, who is as big of a football nerd, if not more, than I am. And we sit there and we watch. And I will still never forget, and this is the reason maybe I'm a little biased, maybe I'm a little skewed. But I'll still never forget the year that the Bears traded up, and we were shocked. We were so shocked when we got the Twitter message that the Bears were trading up for the number 2 pick, and we're like, oh my God, who are they going to pick? And then when the words came out of the commissioner's mouth that out of the University of North Carolina, playing quarterback, Mitchell Trubisky. Really?
Really? Crazier than when Atlanta hemorrhaged their draft to get Julio.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
So. I love the draft. It's must-see TV. There's 2 things I'm looking forward to this month regarding sports and television, and that's the Jordan documentary and the draft. And I don't want to do anything but be on the couch watching
NBA Finals, baby. Come on, the Players Tournament Finals. Let's go.
That's over.
Yeah, we already know who won.
Did they broadcast it? Did I miss it?
Wait, hold on. I don't know who won, so let me spoil it for myself first.
There's a site out there that has the winner on it, and they're like, well, why is nobody betting this? And there were multiple answers saying, because the winner was spoiled.
Oh. Well, I'm enjoying it on ESPN, guys. I mean, it's just like WrestleMania was out there before it was. I didn't look it up for that reason, so don't spoil it. God damn it, Brandon! You son of a look, Mikey, unmod this son of a bitch so I can Shawn him. Okay,
Brandon, you made my year.
I was gonna be nice and not say anything.
You just made my year, Brandon. That's so great. That's so great. No, don't apologize. If anything, write it again, just in case you missed it. Devin Booker won.
Just so you know, I have officially blocked Brandon Flaherty from my chat. I will never see him again. If
you got 5 other accounts you got to block him with.
If there's a chance that Brandon wants to trade with me in any of these future breaks, I will never trade with him because
I just said 3 breaks for Brandon in the chat.
He's blocked from every Triple B. I don't care what account it's on. If it's Randomizer hates Triple B, if it's Triple B's cards, if it's my fake accounts that Mikey doesn't know about, this is bullshit. And I will.
It's so great.
Brandon, when he left Grand Rapids, or
was Booker a GR guy?
Booker was from GR.
Yeah. No way. Where'd he go to school?
Don't care.
He only played 1 year up here, and then he transferred.
Oh, cool.
I can't remember where he went, though.
That's pretty sweet.
I can't see. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
The chat? You don't see the chat?
I don't see Brandon.
Oh.
Granville, that's right.
The last chat I see is from Mikey B. It says free breaks for Brandon. Then Sal before that. Sorry, Brandon.
Here, I'll cut
That to me.
It looks like Devin Booker's from Brad's neck of the woods.
There. I'll cut and paste all his comments for you, Brad. Since
Can I ban Mikey B from the chat too? I can block. I actually can. I can block the host from the chat. How weird is that? I'll just report him. Report him for hate speech or graphic violence, harassment or bullying.
We're getting crazy right now.
Yeah, wow. Getting real saucy.
hey, Brad, what did you want to block me for again?
Harassment or bullying.
Yeah, dude, you did it again. Like, get the card first, man.
What did you want to block me for? It's getting so hot over here with the lights.
Mikey,
what was that again? What?
Mikey, I love you, friend.
You're never getting that card. I'm holding that.
Sorry. So here's a free Diet Pepsi for you.
I only drink Mountain Dew.
Damn it! I don't.
Oh, you're a high schooler?
That's right. That's how it keeps me young.
Exactly.
I don't know about doing this during the draft, but at a minimum, this would be awesome to do after. So one way or the other.
I don't know. During the draft is fun just because you can.
I just don't have my setup's not in the room with the TV. That's the only thing. I guess I can figure out how to stream it.
Do you have? Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, Mikey, I've seen your setup. You have 4 big ass monitors.
But I'm a tech idiot. I don't know how to stream it. So
you figured out Zoom. I was the last one on.
I figured out Zoom. Obviously, I figured out Zoom. My picture's not there.
I'm pretty sure
I can't see him on my phone.
And click play on the homepage.
I have to see Mikey B on YouTube. He's not on our Zoom screen.
I'm not on Zoom. I have look. I mean, for those
that's my only problem is I'm watching on YouTube and Mikey's like 2 seconds delayed, and it's so weird.
I know all of his hand gestures are so delayed.
So yeah, I'm not even on the Zoom. Well, you guys, I'm watching you guys on XSplit, and you're mouthing. The words are coming out, and your mouths are already done. So.
Like, don't talk about my mouth.
It's like I've been watching like a subtitled movie for the last 4 hours. It's either that, Brad, or I got to look at it in real time like this. I know how much you love that.
Just for the record,
ladies, let's go.
I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. That's midnight, and we started this at just before 8 o'clock.
We got 6 spots left, ladies. Let's go.
But okay. If we're gonna go there, I wasn't gonna go there. Last time I checked, 4 and 2 equals 6. Okay. Last time I checked, everyone, and hey, there's no losers. No losers in this filler. 15 spots. Everyone wins. Let's go.
I'm cutting off the chat. Oh man. Who do we? There can't be that many people. I can't believe we went 4 hours. That's awesome.
Says there's 18.
Yeah, that's cool. Who's all? I want to know who's in the chat. I mean, it's the 4 of us and Sal and Brandon.
And Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon's not in the chat anymore. What are you guys talking about? I actually don't know how. Here's the thing I actually feel bad about. I don't know how to unmod Brandon at the or unban Brandon.
You can't? Oh, wait, how can you ban him? Are you just muted?
On the right side of the 3
There's
little
3
box,
dots.
You muted him?
You can block him.
No, it says report or block.
Yeah, I blocked him.
Well, that's rude. I guess.
I was mad at him because.
Yeah, Mikey, I think you're actually gonna have to. Oh no, never mind. I see him.
So, yeah. I see him. Yeah, it's just Brad blocked him, so Brad doesn't get to see him. So hey, Brandon, do a trivia question for $100 in break credit, and only 2 people can answer.
I'm actually legitimately curious now because I somewhat feel bad now because Brandon.
You're gonna have to find it in your YouTube settings.
Yeah, you're gonna have to switch names, Brad. You have to get one of your 7 other accounts.
Switch one of your pages.
Let's see, advanced settings.
So it says 17 in the chat, but it's Sal, Brandon, and Mike. So thanks for hanging out with us, guys, even though we're getting slapped.
Yeah.
We're getting slapped 4 hours in. Yeah, actually, I think in all honesty, not to cut the chat room off, but this might be a good time to cut the chat room off, and then we can have our discussions we don't want to have in the chat room.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, so chat, we're gonna see you later.
Yeah, peace out, chat. It was fun.
Oh, Dave was still in there.
See you, Dave.
Dave, Sal,
Yeah,
Brandon, Mike, thank you
Brandon.
guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Hopefully we see you tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Take care, guys.
Oh, wait, so we're still going to hang out and talk to a